Welcome live from Redding, California, alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji here at Shasta College for another road game. Back-to-back road trips for the Corsairs as they look to get their first victory on the season. Good news, Shasta on the other end, also winless. Two teams coming in at 0-6, and one of them's going to have a victory and a W on the stat sheet after today's game. Again, Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji, as always, right here on 107.3 FM and the AM 1340 KATA, streaming live on the YouTube live stream. Liam, at this point, I mean, you're 0-6 in the year. You've got, I mean, we kind of discussed it on the way over, but what do you have left to play for, so to speak? It's a team that's used to going to bowl games. They've been to 3 straight, and you start off a season with some winnable games, and you find yourself at 0-6 and down the home stretch. A lot of these kids in the junior college level especially are going to be looking forward. Personally, I mean, there's always going to be plays to put on film, whether you're a freshman looking for something for next season, a sophomore looking to go to a 4-year university, or even if you are a sophomore and don't plan to continue playing football, these are an important last 4 games. So obviously still something to play for, including pride on top of all of that. So let's not diminish the level of play here today. But again, this is a Redwoods team. They threw the ball effectively down in Rockland at Sierra College. Devin Forehand, almost 330 plus passing yards a game, but it was really Duran Dodd who led the way in the stat sheet for the Corsairs. He had 7 catches for 206 yards, and really was I'd say the lone bright spot for this team offensively. We've talked about it. The struggles running the ball, the throwing was there. They're going to face a Shasta team today that gives up 40 points a game.
Yeah. I mean, look, ever since this program was restarted in 2022, I have not seen a performance like that of Duran Dodd. He was just dominant. Yeah, like you said, this team's playing for pride. I mean, both of these teams are. This is a really important game for both of these teams to get that first win. And I mean, that's what Coach White's been saying. I mean, the goal really is to just improve and try to get that first win out of the way. It's really important for these guys' morale. They're obviously playing for a lot. Getting stuff on film, as you said. The defense has struggled. The offenses look pretty good. But this is a really big opportunity today to get a big win and get the monkey off your back, get it out of the way.
And you'll hear coaches, especially, you hear it more, I guess, with winning football teams, but you say each week we're 0-0, try to win the week, go 1-0 that week. Well, that's got to be the mindset, too, for both of these teams, as you mentioned, who are on a snide and looking to get back. You have to have that fresh mindset going into the week, because having that 0-6 cloud hanging over your head is not going to do you any good. So we'll see what we can get from the offense, again, which you said has continued to progress over the season, and look forward to what we see they can do today. On the flip side, defensively, it's a Redwoods team that struggled, Liam. I think you said it, after the first 2 games, they're averaging what?
Well, yeah, after the first 2 games, just the defense played pretty well. They've been averaging giving up 50 points a game, which, obviously is not good. Before the Sierra game, I mean, we were playing teams that were all ranked and very, very good. And then Sierra just, did just about everything. We couldn't really stop them at all last week. So, yeah, it's really going to hinge on the defense today. The defense is going to need to make some plays because, the way the offense has been playing, if they continue to play the same way they've been playing the last few weeks, things are going to go well on offense. The defense needs to step up and make plays today.
Absolutely. And for the defense, it's a multitude of factors, but it's giving up plays at critical times. They gave up a touchdown with less than under 2 minutes to go in the first half. They went down, put one in the end zone to make it a close game at Sierra, and then ended up giving, I don't know, maybe a 75-yard catch and run on a touchdown. That's just a complete momentum killer going into the half. And so it's plays at critical times where you need them to stick up. I mean, there's been countless points where it's been 3rd and 10 plus, and you give up that conversion. It's really just a punch in the gut as a defense, and it's tough to rebound from that the rest of the drive.
Yeah, and you'll hear Coach White say in the interview coming up, there's just been a lot of times where it's just simply come down to the fact that their athletes are better than our athletes. I mean, we played a lot of teams that are really strong at wide receiver, and, our secondary has just, had trouble, covering their receivers and giving up big plays, and our pass rush just hasn't been able to get there. And so a lot of the times it's really just come down to the guys on the opposite side of the ball being better. But like I said, this is a huge opportunity today. Both teams are 0-6 to make plays and get a win.
And with going back to the secondary, they lack the size too. It's not, when you have receivers that are coming in 6', 6'1", that's not that a 5'9", 5'10" defensive back can't cover that. It's just adds a level of difficulty for this team who's moving up to the national division, facing, tougher opponents every week. It's very different in terms of preparation. You're not going to get a week that's quote unquote easy or soft, so to speak. Even a team that comes in like Shasta that's 0-6, you cannot. The games are not played on paper, and you cannot continue to take them with a grain of salt. We do have an interesting development here as the officials for tonight's game. Two of them are here. 5 of them worked the Siskiyous game, just about an hour up the I-5. And so they're traveling down that an expected arrival time about 5:45. So we might have a 5 to 10 minute delay on the kickoff, just depending on the arrival of the officials. And so with that, let's go ahead and take a 60-second timeout on the flip side. Liam's exclusive interview with head coach Jason White. A reminder for those of you tuned in on the CR YouTube live stream, you're going to need to head over to KATA1340.com to hear Liam's exclusive and always entertaining interview with head coach Jason White. So we'll take a 60-second timeout. Liam and Coach White on the other side. This is Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM. So Shasta's won the toss, and they want the football to start this thing. We have all 7 referees, and I don't know how many players on each team, Liam, but sidelines are full. Shasta, white helmets, green jerseys, white pants. Opposite colors for Redwoods. They will have the dark helmets, light white jerseys, and black pants. As we are set for action, we will pause, take a 90-second timeout for the national anthem, be back with kickoff right here, ESPN 107.3 FM, KATA 1340, and streaming live on the CR Redwoods YouTube live stream. Beautiful Redding, California, mid-60s. The lights are on as the lighting sets on the hillsides behind us. Beautiful Saturday evening for some junior college football. Redwoods 0-6, looking for their first win. Shasta 0-6, looking for their first win, trying to defend home turf alongside Liam Warner. I am Mitchell Manji Gabe back at our Eureka studios as we are just about set for kickoff again. Late kickoff today, 6 o'clock p.m. It got bumped a little bit later as well. We had 5 referees who did the Siskiyous game. They're working a doubleheader, made the long hour trek down I-5 to join us here at Shasta College, where Shasta, surprisingly, won the toss. They want to put their offense on the field. They won it and elected to receive. We are on top of the press box. I would say best view in the house, Liam Warner, as getting set for kickoff. I think there's a lot of anticipation. We got 2 evenly matched teams. Sure, they have their deficiencies, but can they capitalize on their strengths? That's what we aim to find out this evening.
Yes, Coach White said in the interview, it's wide open. One team just got to go get it.
Be Cole Newton doing the kicking duties for the Corsairs. Dejon Irvin deep to receive, along with Trace Hanks. Hanks and Irvin deep to receive as yet another pause. Official took the ball away from Cole Newton and trying to get something squared away with the scoreboard, perhaps. Referees. Innovation is key, Liam. They're going to use the coach with the coach comm on the sideline to communicate up to the booth. That's working smarter, not harder right there.
I think that's a good idea.
So already 11 minutes after scheduled kickoff, getting ready again, Shasta College. College of the Redwoods, 2 teams looking for victory number 1. 2 teams that defenses give up a lot of points. We could be in for a high-scoring game. Both teams like throwing the ball that struggles on the ground. As Cole Newton gets the football, and we are just about set now. Newton will kick right to left as we see it, a grass field, which I'm sure the players will love. Newton's kick is away, and we are underway. Kick is fielded at the 2. That's Irvin. Irvin splitting defenders, spinning out of a tackle, driving forward before several Redwoods defenders bring him down out near the 35-yard line. Michael Lean, local product, in on the stop for Redwoods, and it'll be fairly decent field position for the Knights as they send their offense out onto the field, led by number 12, Jaden Crace. Crace, 66 for 128, 2 touchdowns, 8 interceptions on the year. Redwoods, as you might have heard in the pregame interview with Coach White, going to a 4-down front this week. They had been in the three-man front, as it's going to be a handoff, cutting over the right side, tripped up. Wyatt Simone, the ball carrier, good for 2 or 3 yards.
Gain of a couple. Second and 7 for the Knights.
So 2 defensive tackles for Redwoods, Kyler Smith and Dominic Kofi. Freehoff and Saraceno are the ends. Saraceno, as it's a keeper and sliding down. A lot of contact there. Victory Oricano as well as Caden Wilkinson in on the stop. Quarterback keeper good for 5 on the option, and 3rd down for the Knights. Important for Redwoods to get stops on 3rd down, especially opening drive. Stacked receivers to the wide side left. 2 receivers right. Shotgun for Crace. He gets the snap. Dropping back to pass. Looking. Throws over the middle, and it's caught. 1st down and across the 50. Chance Tager. Leading receiver for this Knights squad, comes in with 291 yards on the season.
1st down.
15 receptions to lead the team. Quickly, Shasta back on the ball. Staying with that 4 receiver set, 2 to each side. Pistol formation. Grace tries the hard count, looks to the sideline, now readjusts. Simone the back directly behind him. Dropping back, looking to throw, quickly caught, right side, Jordan Best. Tackled out of bounds after a gain of, we'll call it 8 or 9 yards, depending on the spot. FAR official marked it at 8. Official on the close sidelines giving him the 1st.
That's good enough.
So it is a 10-yard reception. Knights move the chains on 1st down. Shasta is moving the ball quickly. We've gotten 2 first downs on this opening drive, staying with the pistol, 2 receivers left, 2 right. They're showing blitz, they back off. They give it to Simone running over the left side. He's got a hole, falls forward. 5 yards on the carry. Isaiah Tongaloa in on the tackle for Redwoods, brings up 2nd down. Just underway, 1st quarter. No score. Redwoods and Shasta. Shasta won the toss. They took the football and then are driving into Redwoods territory down to the 34. 2nd and 5. Grace gets the snap. Play action. Looking. Going to keep it. Tucks it and tries to get what he can. It was a broken RPO. He tried to look to the receiver. Nobody home. Got to tuck it and run. Tackle made by Levi Walker brings up 3rd and inches for the Knights.
It'll be 3rd and short for the Knights. Ball at the 30-yard line.
Doing a true huddle this time, Shasta. As they bring in another blocker inside. Fullback lined up at the wing position. Crace gets the snap. The read gives it to Simone running over the left side. Simone falls forward. Needed a couple inches, got 3. 3rd first down of the drive, and we've got an injured Shasta player on the field as they're signaling to the sideline. We've got an injury timeout. We'll take one as well. Back at 30 seconds, ESPN 107.3 FM. It was a fullback, Siobhan Gramps Green, who was injured on the play, walking off under his own power. Got shaken up on that carry, but results in a first down for the Knights. 11:18 to go first quarter. No score here from Shasta College. Knights lined up center of the field with the Redwoods 29-yard line. Shasta will stay in that pistol spread with two receivers to either side. Grace about 3 yards behind the center. Gets the snap, looking to pass, throwing right and nearly intercepted, and a flag comes in. Chaz Scott jumped the route.
Flag on the play.
Pass was intended for number 89, Jacob Rosensteel. And they're going to say that Scott got to that a little bit too early. So it is a pass interference call against Scott.
Spotted the foul.
So it's a spot foul, but a fresh set of downs. Fourth first down of the drive
Result of the penalty is another.
for the Knights. Ball spotted. The Redwoods 24. Two receivers left, tight end split right now, bringing him in motion to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a handoff to Simone, and Scott, one play after the pass interference call, comes up and makes an ankle tackle at the line of scrimmage. Gain of just one on the ground.
Gain of 2, it'll be 2nd and 8 for the Knights.
Clock winding under 11 as what seems has been a very long first drive for Shasta on the outskirts of the red zone. Grace takes the snap, looking to throw quickly, gets it out, caught, spinning out of a tackle and roped down near the first down marker is Jordan Best.
Jordan Best.
Just ran a quick hitch out of the slot route. Hitch route out of the slot, rather. Spun out of the first tackle and fell forward to move the chains yet again. Shasta continues a good first drive. Ball at the 15-yard line, left hash. Rosensteel and Best split right. It's going to be a read option in the give underneath. Saraceno 8 up, Simone on the carry. No gain on the play, 2nd down and 10.
Simone the ball carrier. Gain of 1 on the play, it'll be 2nd and 9.
Without seeing the replay, I would guess that was a missed read by Crace. If you have the end crashing down on that option play, probably should have pulled it. That side would have been wide open. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 from the 15. Shasta is stuck with the same formation almost the entire drive. Crace back to pass, good pocket, delivers, caught, and shaking off a defender, fighting forward, diving for the pylon. The line. Touchdown, Shasta, Chance Tager. They got him the ball in space, and their best receiver made a play. Shasta on top. They score on their opening drive, take a 6-0 lead here with 9:23 to go first quarter. Travis Ross on to attempt the point after.
Juan Velasquez into the
Excuse me,
front.
Velasquez. Keep an eye on this. Chance Taggart, that receiver who caught the pass, is the holder. That's a low liner and a doink off the left upright. Point after try is no good. So our score remains 6-0, 9:23 to go in the first. You're listening to Redwoods Football, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM.
Kick for the ninth. Back deep for Redwoods.
So now it'll be Travis Ross kicking it away.
Number 29, Jair Alexander.
Jair Alexander deep, along with Saul Reyes to receive for Redwoods, trailing 6-0. And Shasta got the football. That was their opening drive. Reyes going to field it at the 5. Reyes looking for a lane, evades the first tackler, and he's dropped back at the 15-yard line. Poor starting field position for Redwoods. Jamar Cuellar came in with the tackle.
Tackled by Jamar Cuellar.
So Redwoods will have 85 yards to go on their opening drive.
First possession, 1st and 10 on their own 16-yard line.
And out comes the offense and Deron Dodd, who had 207 receiving yards a week ago at Sierra. See if Redwoods games plans to get him the ball early and often. Dodd is split wide left. Forehand in the pistol. High snap, corrals it. And the give right side. No gain on the carry. Stuffed right at the line of scrimmage. Ivan Morales comes up to make this stop, and Grant. No gain on the rush. For Redwoods, they've had a tough time, to say the least, getting the run game going. Ohlenberger's been leading the way, averaging 37.6 yards per game. Grant just 14.7. Nobody on this team averaging higher than 3.5 yards per carry, save for the quarterbacks. Forehand takes the snap, and a give again right side to Grant. And again, same result, no gain on the play. So quickly now, Redwoods staring down the barrel of a 3rd and long. And deep in their own territory as well, at their own 15-yard line.
Dalton Kelly in on the tackle for the night.
Goal in the opening drive. You at least need a couple of first downs to try and flip the field, especially with how many points your defense has been giving up a game. Empty formation, 3 left to the wide side of the field, 2 right. Forehand alone in the backfield. 5 rushed. Stepping up in the pocket, scrambling, forehand, dropped. And the ball might have come out. He was carrying it like a loaf of bread. Shasta indicated they have it. As we have no call yet from the referees. And it was a Redwoods player indeed who came out the bottom of the pile with the football. So still not the result you wanted. That's 4th down deep in your own territory. That'll mean Cole Newton on to punt here early on the first drive.
Cole Newton in the punt for the Corsairs. Chance Taggart back deep for the night.
Taggart deep to receive. Snap is away. Newton gets off a good spiraling punt. Taggart calls for the fair catch and makes it at his own 40-yard line.
40 flag on the play, however.
We got a flag all the way back where Newton kicked it from. And so we'll see. We were looking at 4th and 6, I believe. So even if it was a running into penalty of the 5-yard variety. See, the officials spotted the ball. Still have not gotten a call of what the penalty is from the referee. Chain Gang took off early and moved all the way down the field. And the flag's still down on the field all the way back at the 12. Nobody's picked it up yet. We've got a referee far side without his hat as well.
I think they're trying to get some sort of word from the Redwoods bench.
Well, referee trying to get his microphone sorted out. Legal formation is the signal against Redwoods. And it looks like that 5-yard penalty would be tacked on to the end of the kick. So Shasta will start from their own 45-yard line. And a referee, he turned the microphone off.
Covered up the center. He's got to line up outside the center.
Yeah, he's having trouble figuring which one's the on button, which one's the off button. All right, this is Shasta offense back on the field. Jaden Crace and company. 2 tight ends on either side of the line, 2 receivers split left. Crace heels at his own 40, takes the snap and the give over the left side. Andrew Brown on the carry. Picks up 2. Second down and 8.
Second and 8 for the night.
Going back to the 2-by-2 formation is Shasta. Second and 8. Back to pass. Crace looking right, stepping up, and Saraceno gets him. Big sack.
Saraceno with the sack.
For Redwoods. Only a loss of 2, though. Crace did a good job stepping up in the pocket, minimizing the loss on that play. Clock continues to wind where it's approaching 6 minutes to go, first quarter. Shasta holding a 6-0 lead here over Redwoods. Grace back to snap. Pressure coming, throws across the middle, and that looked like it skipped in. The umpire was right there, didn't get a signal, and it is now officially an incomplete pass. Redwoods, can't remember the last time this has happened that they've forced a 3 and out. They will force Shasta to punt. Jair Alexander deep to receive the punt. Number 23, Diego Riccio, lined up back as the punter. Snap. Flag at the went off at the snap, and a fair catch was made just inside the 20, but we've got a flag on the far side of the field.
Balls at the 20. The Corsairs will take over first and 10 on their own 20-yard line.
And you'd have to think, again, something procedural. We'll see if we can figure this one flag out quicker than the last one. Another illegal procedure call against the kicking unit. This time it's Shasta's. Oh, now he points to the Redwoods side. I'm so confused what's going on here with the officiating. We can't get the microphone on or off. We're pointing in both directions. I mean, I understand a majority of this crew's on the back end of a doubleheader. But I can tell you the white hat has been here since the start. Okay, so it is against Shasta. They're going to give 5 yards to Redwoods. They will start left hash at their own 25-yard line, working right to left as we see it. 5:47 to go on the game clock. First quarter, Shasta with a 6-0 lead. Forehand in the shotgun. Now he's going to move his tight end, Dascom, to the right. And the back straight behind him. Play action for forehand. Looking downfield. Going to unleash one for Dodd and overthrew him by a yard. And a flag comes in. Joe McGowan in coverage for Shasta.
Forehand pass. Incomplete intended for Darren Dodd. Flag on the play.
Got to guess Duron Dodd was starred, circled, highlighted on the scouting report for Shasta after 207 yards receiving a week ago. And so we're moving the football down the field in the favor of Redwoods. So it is a pass interference call against McGowan.
Holding is a call, 10-yard penalty.
Or a holding call, I guess. So first and 10 for Redwoods from their own 35-yard line in what has been a very disjointed first quarter. Snap. To Justice Anthony on the speed sweep, trying to turn the corner right side. There's nowhere to go. He runs it out of bounds for a 5-yard loss.
Loss of 3 on the play. 2nd and 13.
So they're going to say he was able to turn it upfield for a couple more. Officially, it's going to be 2nd down and 13. Clock will wind, approaching the 5.5-minute mark. 2nd down and 13 from the right hash for forehand in the Redwoods offense. Dodd split left on an island with McGowan. It's a matchup we'll be keeping an eye on, as Dascom now shifts into the slot to the wide side of the field. Forehand, back to pass, pressure coming, throws screen pass underneath. Grant trying to turn the corner and ends up just putting his shoulder down, trying to muscle forward. 5 to 6 yards on the reception, gets him into 3rd and manageable.
Up to the 38-yard line.
Line to gain is Redwood's own
6 on the play.
45-yard line.
3rd and 7 for the
Officially, it's going to be 3rd down and 7. So you see the lack of ground game apparent in the schemes early on. Try to speed sweep to Anthony, and then a little screen pass underneath just to try and get their running back the ball with space. Empty formation, 3 left, 2 right. Forehand, gets the snap, dropping back to pass. Plenty of time to throw, looking downfield. Wide open Meadows, and he overthrew him.
Forehand pass incomplete for Alex Meadows.
Both the safety and the corner stayed inside. Meadows went on a corner route, had nobody home. Laid out for that ball, but still couldn't haul it in, and that'll bring up 4th down and 7. And Redwood's offense still out on the field. We'll see if they do indeed go for it. Coach White and Coach Purify standing aside the referee on their sideline. We have a flag down in the backfield. I missed that. Personal foul is the call, hands to the face against Shasta, so the incompletion
Illegal hands to the face
is for naught, as forget about it, move on to the next play. 3rd straight penalty that's benefited Redwoods on this drive. There was an illegal procedure call on the kick, defensive holding, and now hands to the face. So Shasta's basically given Redwoods the football in Knights territory. Ball spotted at the plus 46. Forehand gets the snap, counterplay running to Pierce left. Or Grant, excuse me.
I like Grant, the ball carrier.
Grant picks up about 4 on that first down carry. Leaves him with 2nd and 6. Forehand brings Anthony in motion, sends him back across the formation. Play action, rolling out, pressure coming. Forehand spins the opposite direction. He's got a man wide open through his hands.
Forehand pass incomplete.
Off the play action, it was a designed rollout left. There was 3 green jerseys. Devin Forehand quickly spun back out to the right. He had Alec Grant wide open on the sideline with nobody near him. And a bit too much mustard as it went right through the hands of Grant. Falling incomplete brings up 3rd and 6. Bring 3 receivers. Tight bunch left and now shifting out of that formation. 2 receivers right, 2 left, wide side of the field. Forehand dropping back to pass. Pressure immediately, scrambling. Eyes downfield, trying to turn the corner, unleashes one deep. Hat flies in and the pass is intercepted inside the 5.
Intercepted by Macklin Martin.
Number 6, Macklin Martin, came down with that. An official threw his hat on the far side right before Forehand unleashed that pass. I think just signaling the receiver had gone out of bounds. So it should stand that it's a Shasta interception. And I mean, on 3rd down and 6, that's basically as good as a punt right there.
Shasta will take over 1st and 10 on the 4-yard line.
Would not have been surprised if Coach White would have gone for it there, especially if they had been able to pick up a couple of yards. However, likely with the broken play, Forehand's interception is probably one of the better outcomes you could have had after that broken play. 1st and 10 for Shasta from their own 4-yard line. Jaden Crace, quarterback, standing in his own end zone. Takes the snap and the give. And nothing doing. Isaiah Tongaloa leading the way defensively for Redwoods.
Gain of 1 on the play.
No rush, maybe. Brings up 2nd and 10. Grace with Simone to his right. Still standing in his own end zone, brings a man in motion across the formation, gives it to him on the speed sweep, turning it upfield with a lane. Staying in bounds down the right side before the tackle is made across the 30 out to the 34. Christian Solomona, the one who eventually tracked him down. But that gives Shasta plenty of breathing room and a fresh set of downs out to their own 34. Shasta already holding a 6-0 lead. 2:20 to go, first quarter. Bringing man in motion again. And again, it's a speed sweep, this time the opposite direction. Trace Hanks. First down and more across midfield before he was finally brought down.
The Corsairs territory and another Shasta 1st down.
So two speed sweeps running opposite directions have churned up 2 big plays for the Knights offense. And just like that, after the interception, they were pinned up against their own goal line. Now in Redwoods territory, just 3 plays later. They bring a man in motion again. And this time, Crace keeps it on the read. Falls forward for a gain of 4.
Gain of 4 on the play.
Brings up second and 6.
Second and 6.
All spotted at the Redwoods 43-yard line. 2 receivers left, 2 right. We'll see if they bring Hanks in motion for a 4th straight play. And they do. Play action. Crace dropping back to pass. Eyes downfield. Uncorks one deep down the left side. Incomplete, out of bounds.
Grace's pass incomplete. Turning for Chance Tager.
He was going back to Tager.
3rd and 6 for the Knights.
Marvis Christian in coverage defensively for the Corsairs. Clock stops on the incompletion with 1:01 to go first quarter against Shasta with a 6-0 lead. Well, Shasta's second drive, Redwoods got a 3 and out. Otherwise, they've struggled to stop teams on 3rd down so far this year. Press coverage on Tager, close side of the field. They bring Hanks in motion again, and again give it to him on the speed sweep, and this time he's stopped for a gain of just 2.
Hanks the ball carrier. Gain of 3 on the play to be 4th.
That'll bring up
About
4th
4 yards.
and a really long 4, nearly 5 from the Redwoods 40-yard line. And Shasta's going to bring the punt team on. We'll see if they do kick it. I mean, this is prime position for a fake. We saw it a week ago. Alexander standing in his own 10. Anything over your head, you got to let it go into the end zone.
Alexander backbeat for the Corsairs.
4th and less than 5+ territory. Here is Riccio to punt, and he skips to him on the ground, just barely gets it away. A wobbling kick, fair catch, called, made, dropped, and recovered by Alexander. Lucky just to fall on that football. So Redwoods will take over after the drop at their own 11-yard line with 8.5 seconds to go first quarter. So they'll have to run one more play, wind that clock down, and seems like any time, especially now, you could use a big play.
Yeah, I don't blame Shasta punting there because, I mean, Redwoods has struggled with poor field position all season. So if I were Shasta, I'd want to pin them deep.
Forehand takes the snap, play action, looking for a quick throw, completed to Dascom, right side, a stiff arm before he's thrown down, out of bounds on his own sideline, which will stop the clock with 2 seconds to go at the end of the first quarter. And they're going to wind it on the spot. So that brings us to the end of quarter number 1. Shasta 6, Redwoods 0. You're listening to Redwoods football on ESPN 107.3 FM. Getting ready for the start of the second quarter. Redwoods got a first down pitch and catch to Jack Dascom to conclude the end of the first quarter. So they will have a fresh set of downs here to start quarter number 2. Ball spotted at their own 22-yard line. They bring Reyes in motion. They faked it to him and gave it to Grant. No gain.
Aaron Clifton with the carry.
And that's Clifton actually in the running back spot. Different ball carrier, unfortunately for Redwood. Same result, no yards on the ground. Especially first down, they've experienced a lot of challenges running the ball. So give him one, it will be second down and 9. 2 receivers right, 1 left. They bring Reyes again in motion. Play action, forehand, back to pass, throwing to Buckland and skipped it in. Tried a comeback route on the sideline and
Forehand pass, incomplete.
just a bit short. Tried the timing route.
Quentin Buckland.
Forehand maybe a half second early, but
3rd and 9.
I'd put that ball a little bit higher to where Buckland has a chance. So incomplete pass brings up 3rd and 9. Interesting, the Redwoods had only used the speed sweep motion 1 time. Shasta broke it out 4 times on the drive before. We saw it 2 consecutive times now from Redwoods. Empty formation, 3 left. Forehand dropping back to pass. Quick throw. Buckland went up and high pointed it and is going to have enough for the first down. Anthony Keplar, the defensive back, looked like he might have even had a step, could have intercepted it.
Anthony Keplar with coverage.
But Buckland, using all of his 6'2" frame to go up and snag that one. Quarterback turned receiver makes a big catch. Enough for a first down. So that'll bring the ball out to the 35-yard line. Dodd, the receiver, left. Rondo, right. Forehand takes the snap, given to Clifton over the left side.
Aaron Clifton
That
with the carry. Gain of 2 on the play.
Again, maybe just a yard to 2.
2nd and 9.
Either way, not much. 2nd and long. Redwoods' offense has looked disjointed so far. Their best drive of the first quarter was actually due to penalties. 3 penalties given up by Shasta. It's what put them in plus territory. Other than that, not much. They get an offsides here. Free play for forehand. Throws it out to Dascom on the left side. Dascom turns it up, puts his shoulder down, delivers a hit stick before going out of bounds.
Flags on the play.
Multiple flags flew, guessing it should be a Shasta offsides call. Forehand recognized it, got it out quickly to his tight end, and Dascom, who has been a physical runner on his 2 catches. He has a stiff arm and a hit stick there, put his shoulder into the defender. And Jason White, nobody ever accused him of being quiet. You could hear him.
That's right.
Yeah, we want the play from all the way over here. We're on top of the press box. White's on the far sideline. And it was actually funny talking with one of the coaches before the game, talking about how White used to, in high school, would call the plays in from the sideline by yelling the actual play call in.
Does not surprise me.
Coach White, again, a ton of credit with what he's done for this Redwoods program. Commands a room especially, but he can do it with his voice as well. Pistol formation. It's a flea flicker. Dropped by forehand. He got crushed as he released it. And incomplete down the field for Dodd. Forehand took a huge hit as he threw that ball downfield. Not clean on the flea flicker. It got bowled back to him.
Thought they finished her with the hurry.
And forehand, not only did he not get a good look at his receiver, but he also got creamed after he released that football. Forehand playing in his 4th game this year. 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's in the pistol now, 2nd and 10, and movement before the snap. We've got the left side of the Redwoods line moved, as well as defensive linemen for Shasta. Usually when the offensive line is going simultaneously, it should be a false start. But no, the Shasta defense actually moved early. They're going to give 5 yards to Redwoods. It'll be 2nd down and 5. So that'll be the second offsides call against Shasta. Ball spotted at the 50. The back end of the football's touching the white line. Technically, we can call that plus territory for Redwoods. Again, they get there by way of penalty. High snap, handoff up the middle, spinning, and carry goes for about 3. Brings up third down and 2.
3rd and 3 for Redwoods.
Grant checking in, 3 receivers coming off, and another offensive lineman comes into the huddle. So imagine we're going to see the wishbone formation on 3rd down and a long 2. And we are with an offensive lineman in the backfield. Play action. Throwing out, nobody in the flat. Grant is there wide open, 1st down and more across the 40, tackled down at the 33-yard line. So
inside the 35-yard line.
They show the heavy formation, dial it back, run a play action, and hit Grant in the flat. Enough for a 1st down. Redwoods offense doing well, but the sideline providing a bit of energy. Tight bunch right, likely going to shift out of it, and they do. Dascom and Reyes move left to form a tight formation with Dodd. Forehand, back to pass, eyes downfield, got time to throw over the middle, and it's intercepted. Going the other way, tripped up and going down, but flags are going to come in at multiple spots on the field. Reyes got absolutely decleated. His helmet came off. And then we have another flag back at the 40. So it's definitely going to be a targeting call. Reyes got lit up coming across the middle.
Yeah, and unlike the FBS level, if targeting is called, there's no replay component. So calling the field is what will stand.
Well, you can hear the Shasta sidelines happy about that one. Sick of these penalties already, is from one of the coaches down there. I think we're up to the live stats were great a week ago at Sierra because we had the penalty tracker going.
Well, that was a luxury last week, Mitchell. Don't get used to that.
Well, off the top of my head, I can already think of 6, 7, I think, against Shasta so far. So the offense, the question, I mean, the defense is out on the field right now for Redwoods. The question is, does the interception stand? Because it was kind of a bang-bang play. It was picked off, and then Reyes got hit. But we've got flags in multiple spots of the field. We got one back at the 40, and then 3 more in a cluster around the 25 where Reyes took that hit. And a big play because Shasta with a 6-0 lead, and Redwoods had put what was really their first competent drive together of this game. Wonder if the referees have their flags labeled so they know whose is whose when 3 of them come out at the same time. You got to hope, too, that Reyes is all right. I mean, lost his helmet and got shook up, but he was able to get up and jogged off. No training staff or medical attention for him. Redwoods defense is clapping, but Coach White on the far side with a zebra on each arm. Here's the referee. Let's see if we can get the mic working.
It's been iffy so far.
Well, we use the coaches for the live stats. They said 30 yards of offense, 65 yards of penalties for Shasta. So we'll take their word for it. It's going to be a personal foul against Shasta. So 2 penalties against Shasta on that same play. 1 live ball. That was the personal foul dead hit. So that's 3 penalties on that one play against Shasta, all personal fouls. So after all that, the interception is going to stand. There was 1 live ball personal foul, 2 unsportsmanlikes after the play. And the biggest factor with the unsportsmanlikes is the 2 penalties are going to add up. So they're going to go, because the interception was made, they're going to go from a spot foul there half the distance and then half the distance again. So it should put Shasta inside their own 10. However, with the unsportsmanlikes, remember, if you get 2 of them, you are ejected from the game. So we'll keep an eye on that there.
Yeah, if you're Redwoods, the penalties on Shasta are great and all, but you want the football.
Well,
that's what hurts.
And when you look back at the game, if the penalties were the factor that puts you in a position to win, yes, that's good, but you got to do more than just relying on penalties.
Exactly.
So the ball's going to be spotted at the 3-yard line after 3 penalties. The interception forehand came in with just 4 interceptions on the season. It's thrown 2 so far this evening. This is the second time Jaden Crace will be lined up to take the snap in his own end zone, this time at the other end of the field. Crace in the pistol. 2 left, 2 right. In terms of receivers, tried the hard count to get Redwoods offside. They stayed disciplined. Plenty of time on the play clock. Crace takes the snap, dropping back to pass. Quick hitter, completed over the left side. Chance Tager. Close to the sticks. Going to be marked down at the 13-yard line. Going to be just enough for a first down. So it only took 1 play for Shasta to get out of their own end zone. And they're going to get back on the football. Play clock started at 41. So they try the hard count again, some slight movement, but nobody jumped off sides. Redwoods showing blitz from the far edge. Shasta identifying it and calling it out, now dropping back in coverage. Crace, the snap, looking left, throwing deep down the field, looking for Tager, and too far. He got dragged down by Christian. Well, that was after the ball had hit the turf, so no foul on the play. Goes incomplete. Second down and 10 for the Knights from their own 13-yard line. 10:32 to go, second quarter. Shasta holding a 6-0 lead. Well, Liam, the keys for both teams are going to be be able to run the football effectively and limit the penalties. We've seen neither so far.
Yeah, that's right.
Crace in the pistol, 3 receivers right, wide side. Gives it up the middle, no room to run. Kyler Smith, first man there. Kofi in on the tackle as well. That'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
3rd and 10 for the Knights.
4-man front has been effective for Redwoods. We've known that over the course of the last 3 seasons. Personnel-wise, they decided to make a change, shift to that 3-man front. And now with starting the season 0-6, switching back to having 4 down linemen as their base package, they're going to have just 3 here on 3rd and long. Redwoods in press coverage. Crace in the gun. Takes the snap, dropping back to pass. There's a little shovel underneath, and Solomana's there. Solomana with the initial stop.
This is fast, complete to Andrew Brown. Short game.
It was cleaned up. We were watching some action behind the play as a Redwoods player got shoved to the ground.
4th and long for the Knights.
Caleb Morgan came and cleaned that play up. Stays with 4th down, and we'll call it 8. Riccio, the punter, standing half step in front of his own goal line. Redwoods is stacked across the line of scrimmage. They're going to bring pressure one-on-one with the Gunners on the outside. Alexander standing in midfield. Low snap. Punt is away, and it's a good one. A spiraling kick. Alexander's going to let it bounce, and that's going to get an extra 10 yards to the end of that kick. Redwoods will send their offense out at their own 40-yard line. So Shasta continues to be their own worst enemy, killing themselves with penalties. Redwoods has done little to take advantage of it on the other end. Score with 8:42 to go, second quarter. Shasta 6, Redwoods 0. And looking for signs of life on the offense, especially in the run game, has been, I don't think they've had a carry, Liam, more than 3-4 yards.
It's been a struggle.
So used to a grading offensive line and talented stable of backs. But as is the life in junior college football, high rate of turnover. We're seeing it across the entire college football landscape. Play action, forehand pressure coming on the backside. He felt it and stepped up. Escaping now to the left, throws it downfield, and the pass falls incomplete. He was close to the line of scrimmage. Official was right there on top of the play. No flag came out, so harmless incompletion brings up second down and 10. A couple times forehand has gotten close when he peels out of the pocket to the line of scrimmage. I think he's had a couple called on him that I can remember. A tepid evening here in Reading. Very comfortable weather. Not too hot, not too cold. Hard count. Shasta's offside, flags fly, and the Redwoods O-line move. There's the whistles to blow the play dead. That's going to be the third offside call against Shasta so far tonight. Obviously, discipline has been a pain point for the Knights.
Second and 5 for Redwoods.
They might, Liam, they might have double-digit penalties in the first half. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, and the issue is, like you said, Redwoods has really done nothing to take advantage of those penalties. Has not made it hurt.
But you got to be frustrated standing on the Shasta sideline because they haven't played a bad game so far in terms of between the whistles, but everything else, I mean, just extremely frustrating for that coaching staff. Forehand, pressure in his face immediately. Play action, trying to throw the screen to the far side, and that was sniffed out right away by Shasta. A loss of 4. So after they get 5 on the penalty, they lose 3 officially on the busted screen. Dascom was the intended target, the tight end. He's had a good night so far. 2 big catches and good yards after the catch, but stymied there. It's going to bring up 3rd and 8. Line to gains the 50-yard line. 8 minutes to go, second quarter. Redwoods trailing by 6. Forehand gets the snap. Extra rusher coming. Throws it left side. Caught by Buckland. And trying to fight forward. He's going to be driven backwards, but Buckland needed 8, got 10, and that's a fresh set of downs for CR.
Right at midfield.
Buckland's been the receiver with 2 big catches so far tonight. 2 first down catches. And they'll leave him in there as they get a fresh set of downs at the 50. Redwoods has that tight bunch left. Forehand shifts that bunch to the right side now, composed of Buckland, Anthony, and Reyes. As we have a timeout on the field, we will take one as well. 7:20 to go, second quarter. Shasta 6, Redwoods 0. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM. First and 10 out of the timeout. Forehand gets the snap. Pressure coming. Throws it incomplete for Reyes. He had two green jerseys breathing down his neck as soon as he got the snap. So pass goes incomplete. First down pass attempt. Trying to look for Reyes. Again, pressure in forehand's face immediately. As the Knights brought some extra pressure right up the middle. So 2nd and 10. All spot at the right hash. Dascom checks back into the game. 7:17 to go, second quarter. 6-0 Shasta on top. Both defenses have been struggling this year, to say the least. And we have a low-scoring affair as it's a handoff trying to hurdle Clifton.
Aaron Clifton with the carry.
Got smoked as he tried to get vertical. Gain of maybe 2 on the rush brings up 3rd and 8.
Odell Ivan Morales on the tackle. 3rd and 8 for Redwoods.
So Clifton subs off, bringing more receivers in. His Redwoods play clock, not a factor. 3 receivers left, 2 right. Forehand, claps, no movement. Checks the sideline, looking at running backs coach Tyler Haskell. And now gets the snap. 3-man rush, throwing over the middle and caught momentarily and then dropped. Reyes got his arms underneath it and prevented it from hitting the turf, but as he tumbled trying to maintain the catch, lost the football and it drops incomplete.
10 for Reyes. Brings up a 4th.
Bringing up 4th down. Clock stops at 6:22 second quarter.
For Redwoods.
Tager deep to receive the punt
For the Knights.
for the Knights. Newton is the punter. Good snap, pressure coming. Newton gets it away. It's an end-over-end kick. Tager gets everybody away from it, takes a sideways bounce, and then is downed at the 14-yard line. Caleb Morgan snagged the football for Redwoods.
We'll take over 1st and 10.
Excuse me, Peter Itherburn, a freshman from Yuba in coverage. That'll bring Jaden Crace and Shasta offense back out onto the field. They have a 6-0 lead. They scored on the opening drive of the game, nothing since. The quick game recap, it's been penalties for Shasta and Redwoods, a lack of capitalization. Bring a man in motion, give it to the running back up the middle and stopped for no gain. So Shasta struggled this year running the football, continuing that here tonight. Redwoods opting with a 4-down front for the first time, and oh no, Christian Solomona leaving after that play, appearing to be in pain, taking a knee on the sideline. That's their stud middle linebacker. That'll be something to keep an eye on. Shasta tried the hard count. Redwoods had a defensive lineman move and froze, and I don't know if he got back or not. Cedar Sutherland, the freshman from Eureka. He's the one who flinched on that play, quickly got subbed out. But it is a false start on Shasta. And look, they get Sutherland right back in there. The penalty wasn't on him, so they leave him in. Referee still got the mic situation going on. He just blew the whistle into the microphone. 2nd down and 15. Dropping back to pass. Craze trying to throw a quick hitter on the right side. Tager hauled that one in. Got his hands underneath it right at the inches above the grass. A tough catch, but brings up 3rd and 11 for this Knights offense. Both teams continuing to play the field position game, if punted from plus territory. Redwoods was a 4th and 8, unlikely to go for it there, but pinning Shasta deep, forcing them to do something offensively. It's been a struggle outside of the opening drive for the Knights. Grace takes the snap, designed rollout to his left, eyes downfield, throw is short. Looking for Tager, and a flag comes in as Marvis Christian, the man in coverage, appeared to have grabbed Tager's jersey as he tried to cut out of that route.
Got it. 15 previous stop, automatic 1.
The question is it holding or pass interference? Either way, it's going to be a fresh set of downs.
Defense. Ball will be placed in spot in the foul, automatic Estelle.
So it is a pass interference call. This time penalties coming back to bite Redwoods. Marvis Christian flagged for the 15-yarder.
Penalty, the ball be on the
A fresh set of downs, a bailout
10, Knights.
on 3rd and long. So now it's 1st and 10 for Shasta from their own 28. Grace takes the snap, hands off left side, turning upfield, and a good run on 1st down. That's Simone.
Gain of 8 on the play.
Gets 8 on that 1st down carry. Shasta quickly back on the ball. Grace takes the snap and a give it to Simone, and was stood up at the line. Isaiah Tungaloa came up and pushed him back.
Before he is stacked up. It'll be 3rd.
Tyler Smith in on the stop as well. Gain of about a yard, maybe half yard. Brings up 3rd and short for the Knights. Four minutes to go, 2nd quarter. Shasta with a 6-0 lead. 3rd and short. Grace in the gun. Bring Hanks in motion across the formation. They give it to him, turning it upfield. He's got a 1st down, still going. And churning forward across the 45-yard line before the tackle is made. Fresh set of downs.
On the play.
Continue to use the speedy Trace Hanks as the motion man.
45-yard line, and
continues to be effective against this Redwoods defense. Fresh set of downs for the Knights at their own 45. Grace heels at his own 40. Takes the snap and the give up the middle, 5 yards on the carry.
Simone with the carry up the midfield.
Again, Wyatt Simone.
Gain of 5 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 5 for the Knights.
And the primary ball carrier. Simone coming in. 4.7 yards per carry, 1 touchdown, averaged 51 a game. Second down and 5 from midfield. Grace, the snap, the give again. Redwoods defense standing strong, giving up just 2, but again, another 3rd and short for the Knights offense. Money down for CR. They're trying to get paid. Knights will not have to run another play before the 2-minute warning if they choose. They're still in the huddle, and so that will likely take us down to the 2-minute timeout. Shasta 6, Redwoods 0. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM. 3rd and 3 coming out of the 2-minute timeout. Jaden Crace in the shotgun. Brings Hanks in motion yet again. They give it to Hanks yet again. And this time there's not much room to run. Somehow he makes something out of nothing. Got close to the sticks. Looked like it was going to go for a loss. He put his foot down, planted, and went vertical and picked up maybe 1 or 2 yards. So ultimately a net positive for Shasta from what that play initially looked like. And they'll leave their offense out on the field with 4th and 1. Clock approaching a minute and a half to go. Both teams still with all 3 timeouts. Excuse me. Shasta has all 3 timeouts, 2 for Redwoods. Officials have been speeding up the clock as soon as that ball's set. So Shasta's burned about 30 seconds here just getting this play set up. Clock approaching a minute 10. And with the play clock at 4, timeout called. And I think it might have been Redwoods who called the timeout.
Timeout. Redwoods.
And it was. So Redwoods takes a timeout. We'll take a break as well. Back in 30 seconds. ESPN 107.3 FM.
Shasta. That's the first of the half.
So coming out of the timeout, Shasta's going to burn one. We're going to send it back to our Eureka studios. Gabe, getting a lot of work in. Another 30-second timeout here, ESPN 107.3 FM. Fourth down, and it's a handoff up the middle. No, an end around on the other side to Tager. The misdirection got everybody, including myself. And Shasta converts on 4th down. They had a read option going right up the middle. It looked like the dive back was stuffed, which he was. Walker made the tackle defensively for CR. However, the problem was Tager was coming around the end with the football and turned it up for a first down. Shasta back on the football, under a minute to go. Crace takes the snap, throwing deep down the left side, caught, turning, 10, tackled down at the 5. And the thing I was going to say, Redwoods calling that timeout on 4th down, trying to limit a score by Shasta before the half. All of a sudden, the Knights have 1st and goal with 48 seconds to go. Getting flashbacks to a week ago at Sierra. Crace quickly, the snap. Ooh, kicked it off the outside. Stiff Army walks in for 6.
Touchdown.
Almost fumbled on the exchange. Crace tried to pull it. The back wanted it. Ended up in Crace's hands. A stiff arm. And 4 yards later, 6 more points on the board for Shasta. So 36.9 seconds. Shasta with a 2-score lead. And they're going to line up their offense to go for 2, leading 12-0. Race the quarterback with Simone, the tailback, right behind him. Shift the formation, bring a couple tight ends to the right. Simone now at Crace's right hip. Crace rolling out to the right, looking, throws. Incomplete, but a flag down behind the line of scrimmage as we got a helmet. One of the Redwoods players lost their helmet on the play. Defensive lineman Cedar Sutherland losing his gear. So try is no good. Flag would have been against Shasta. No need to go through that. So 12-0 is the score, 36.9, but another punch to the stomach for Redwoods right before the half as Shasta ends up driving the length of the field. A big fourth down conversion at midfield kept them alive and ultimately take the lead with 37 seconds to go in the half. A reminder, Redwoods does get the football to start the second half as Shasta won the toss and took the ball to start the game. Got any trickery on the kickoff return? I mean, now's the time to break it out. Again, just Uncle Mo coming back to bite Redwoods again as they just can't seem to get any momentum going into the half. Travis Ross is the kicker. Reyes.
Peyton Smith, Saul Reyes back for Redwoods.
It's back to receive. It looks like Peyton Smith as well, so not the normal returners. For CR, it's going to be Reyes catching at his own 8 and running, looking for a lane up the middle, splits a couple defenders, and is dragged down at the 26. So nothing special in terms of field position for CR. Say better than average, typically. Shasta with a 12-0 lead, 32 seconds to go. Then if you're coach, why are you playing it safe or are you taking a shot?
I mean, you might as well take a shot. I mean, you're 0-6. You need to go for your first win. I mean, you just got to go for it. What do you have to lose?
I agree, and it looks like they'll take some, waste a couple stabs at it. 4 receivers on the field. Forehand takes a snap. 4-man rush. Throws far side. Caught by Dodd going out of bounds. First down yardage. 11 yards on the reception. Again, you'll remember Dodd coming off a 7-catch, 206-yard day down at Sierra. It wasn't enough to overcome a high-powered Sierra offense. Hung over 50 points. And Redwoods, not the first time, unfortunately, for their defense that's happened this year. First and 10 now from the 37. Forehand back to pass. Another 3-man rush throwing across the middle. Another catch by Dodd.
Pass complete again to Dodd.
Deron Dodd. Rondo, as his teammates call him, with the reception far side of the field at the 50. Goes out of bounds. Clock stops. 22.7.
First and 10, Corsairs.
Continuing to look Dodd's way. He's gotten the... Coming off 200 yards receiving. Might as well feed him the ball. 3 receivers right, wide side of the field. Forehand, low snap, handles it. Bringing an extra rusher. Again, trying to throw Dodd's way. Did he catch that? Yes, he did. Dodd on a comeback route somehow caught that ball before. And the clock's going to wind now with 18 seconds. White's got a timeout in his back pocket, choosing not to use it in a spike by forehand. Clock will stop at 13 seconds. So with 1 timeout remaining for Redwoods, you gotta kind of got your entire playbook open here. You can try and throw another quick hitter to the outside, such as they done to Dodd, and set yourself up for 1 throw across the middle. I mean, 13 seconds, you're looking at probably 2 plays. So you could even throw a crossing route here, get a timeout, and still have time to get your kicking unit onto the field. They're at the 37-yard line, so from here they'd be looking at about a 53, 54-yard field goal. Tight bunch to the right, snap to forehand, looking right, forehand stepping up in the pocket. Forehand's going to take off and run, wide open space down the left side, goes out of bounds at the 20-yard line, 5.6 on the clock.
Inside the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, Corsairs.
CR still has a timeout.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They leave their offense on the field.
Special football game with our special Olympic.
Couple options. I mean, I guess you could try and center the football if you wanted to make it an easier kick for Brandon Saylor. Could try to get more yards and get him closer. Again, if the pocket breaks down, you do not have time to break it and run. That's going to run you to halftime. 3 receivers right, Dodd the lone man left. They shift Grant over on the left side. Forehand, back to pass. Looking, throwing, left side for Dodd, incomplete. 1.1 remaining on the clock. And here comes the field goal unit for Redwoods. So forehand with a timely scramble that did take quite a bit off the clock. But ultimately he was able to get out of bounds. So Saylor's going to line up for a 39-yarder from the left hash to try and put Redwoods on the board. Good snap, kick is blocked.
I think it's blocked. And that is the end of the half. Our score, Shasta 12, Redwoods nothing again.
Well, story of the season, Liam.
Yep.
Put in all the work.
Frustration for Redwoods.
They drive down the field trying to get some points before the half, and their field goal is blocked. Our score at halftime, Shasta 12, Redwoods 0. We'll take a 60-second timeout when we come back. Liam Warner with your halftime show. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM.
Welcome back to Shasta College here in Reading. It is halftime. Your score, Shasta College pitching a shutout. They lead College of the Redwoods by a score of 12-0. Let's take you through how we got here. Not too many scoring plays here to go through here in the first half. Shasta College, they scored on their first drive, passing touchdown. The PAT was no good. That made it 6-0. Shasta with a couple of interceptions in the first half. None of those resulted in scores. And then late in the second quarter, QB Reed into the end zone. Quarterback taking it into the end zone. The 2-point conversion was no good, making it 12-0 in favor of Shasta as we stand here at halftime. Frustrating game for the Corsairs so far. We'll take a 3-minute break, and then after that, a replay, my pregame interview with head football coach Jason White. If you are watching on the YouTube stream, head over to KATA1340.com. If you missed a pregame, it will air next after the 3-minute break. Then after that, I'll have some scores from around the 3C2A and around the country, around FBS college football. Back in 3 minutes with Coach White. You're listening to Redwoods Football, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Shasta College here in Reading. It is halftime. Your score at the half. It is Shasta College 12, your College of the Redwoods Corsairs 0. About 7 minutes left to go until we kick off the third quarter. Let's give you some scores from around the 3C to A. Most games are final because most of the games played today were day games. 2 night games kicking off as well, along with ours. Give you some scores from around Northern California, at least north of LA. Let's see here. We have Coalinga beat Hartnell 49-0. And then Los Medanos getting a close win over Siskiyous and Weed by a score of 37-34. Sequoias getting a huge win over Monterey Peninsula 63-26. Monterey Peninsula is a good team too, a bit of a shocker there. Merced beating Cabrillo by a score of 35-19. And a great game between 2 teams in double overtime that Redwoods is going to see the rest of the schedule. Butte beating American River by a score of 31-29. And of course, like I said, Redwoods will see both teams to finish out the season. Fresno City beating Sac City 31-7. San Francisco City beat Laney by a score of 24-9. Modesto beat Reedley by a score of 31-0. Sierra, a team that Redwoods has played, beating Santa Rosa, a team that Redwoods will play, 24-21 in overtime in Santa Rosa. Contra Costa beating Chabot and Hayward by a score of 22-14. De Anza getting a huge win at Gilroy High School over Gavilan, 68-10. And looking for some more NorCal scores here. Night game scores. San Joaquin Delta kicked off at Feather River at 5 o'clock. No reported score there. And Diablo Valley leads San Jose by a score of 39-7. That game is in the third quarter. Mateo and Foothill, that game just got started, 0-0. And looking at some more NorCal scores, that is it. So we will shift our attention to FBS college football around the country, give you some top 25 scores. Right now, a great game between Kentucky and number 21 Texas. That game is 13-13 in the first overtime period. Possible big upset there of Kentucky over Texas. We'll see how that goes. Currently, number 6 Alabama leading number 11 Tennessee 30-20. That game 9:45 left to go in the fourth quarter. Also, late in the fourth quarter, number 13 Notre Dame leading number 20 USC 34-24. Number 19 South Florida leading Florida Atlantic 45-13 in the fourth quarter. Number 16 Missouri trailing unranked Auburn by a score of 17-10. Another upset watch game there. 8:10 left to go in the fourth quarter. Number 23 Utah leading number 15 BYU by a score of 14-10 in Provo. Fourth quarter just getting started there. Number 24 Cincinnati leading Oklahoma State, unranked Oklahoma State by a score of 35-17 in the fourth. Some final scores from around top 25. Number 1 Ohio State beat unranked Wisconsin by a score of 34-0. Number 3 Indiana beating unranked Michigan State 38-13. Number 4 Texas A&M just barely squeaking by unranked Arkansas by a score of 45-42. Number 9 Georgia, this is the big game of the day, beating number 5 Ole Miss 43-35. Arizona State, another big upset of the day, huge upset actually, 26-22. Arizona State over number 7 Texas Tech. Number 8 Oregon handling Rutgers by a score of 56-10. Number 17 Vanderbilt beating number 10 LSU 31-24. Number 12 Georgia Tech beating Duke 27-18. 14 Oklahoma beating South Carolina 26-7. Number 18 Virginia just squeaking by against Washington State by a score of 22-20. And UAB upsetting the number 22 Memphis, unranked UAB beating Memphis by a score of 31-24. And if you like baseball, I'll give you some scores from postseason baseball as well. Of course, last night, the Dodgers getting into the World Series, sweeping the Brewers by a score of 5-1. Dodgers in the World Series on the National League side. The Mariners beat the Blue Jays by a score of 6-2 last night. Seattle's up 3-2 in that series. And Game 6 of the American League Championship Series will be tomorrow night at 5:03. Mariners trying to get into the World Series. Blue Jays trying to force a Game 7. We'll be back in 90 seconds, and then Mitchell Manji will have your third quarter call. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM.
Ready for second half action. Shasta and Redwoods. Shasta won the toss to start the game. They took the football in the first quarter. They did go down to score on their opening drive. So, Redwoods will get the football to start the second half. They had a field goal attempt blocked at the conclusion of the first half, and just kind of seems the way this season has gone. Even when they get things working in their direction, unable to complete it. So, start the third quarter with Alexander and Reyes deep to receive.
Back deep to Redwood.
Kick is away. It's a high end over end kick. It's going to be fielded by Alexander at his own 10. Alexander picks up a block looking for a lane, tackled down across the 25-yard line.
Dyer Alexander brings it out.
So that's where the offense will take over, about the, call it the 26. Nope, they're spotted back at the 25, so guessed wrong. 14:55 to go, third quarter, alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji. Redwoods football is brought to you by North Fork Lumber and Game On. Shout out to North Fork Lumber and Game On, proud sponsors of College of the Redwoods football. Devin Forehand in the offense. Back out on the field, they shift Dascom to the right side. Snap to Forehand. It's going to be a handoff right side. Trying to churn ahead is Grant. Give him 3 yards on the first down carry, 2nd and 7.
Sunday Sinister in on the tackle.
Continuing to run the ball on first down. I mean, it's proved to be ineffective and
play to be 2nd and 7.
yet to set themselves up, but sticking with the game plan. Dascom shifts to the right side into the pistol. Forehand low snap. He picks it up, rolls out to the right. in trouble. Forehand throws it way downfield and into the sideline.
Forehand pass.
So broken play
Pressured by a host.
leads to a long incompletion, and CR in danger of starting 3 and out on the opening drive of the third quarter. Just how you drew it up. Again, a really big thank you to North Fork Lumber Game On, two proud sponsors of College of the Redwoods football who keep us on the air, help us get on the road, and keep local sports on Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Third down and 7, forehand in the gun. Two receivers to each side. Takes the snap, forehand, dropping back to pass, throwing right side. Pass is caught. Meadows, the receiver, hauls it in for a gain of 13.
Alex Meadows.
First catch of the game for Alex Meadows.
10 yards. And of course, their first down.
Corsairs looked Duron Dodd's way quite a few times on that last drive before the half. Proved to be successful, got him for 3 catches. This time looked Meadows' way, but again, I'm not a coach, but I would say keep feeding Dodd. He's had a big week last week. Proved to be an effective receiver. At this point, you're just trying to get the ball to your playmakers. Snap, handoff, left side, Grant. Grant tied up and dropped in the backfield. Ivan Morales making the tackle, and another negative rushing play for Redwoods. They run the ball yet again on first down, yet again.
Morales. 10 and 13 for Redwoods.
Couple of substitutions for both teams. Shasta with the 12-0 lead. Forehand, 3 receivers to the right. Dodd, the lone man left. Knights are showing a little bit of pressure. Forehand checks the sideline. Play clock at 5. Gotta go. Gets the snap with 2. Looks to the right. Pass is caught by Meadows. Gain of 4. Long throw all the way across the field. Meadows hauled it in.
Anthony Kepler with tackle. Short game on play. It'll be
Brings up 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9.
All spotted now, right hash. Three receivers left, wide side of the field. Meadows the lone man right. Snap for forehand, 5 on the rush. Throw across the field for Dodd. He slipped and it was just out of reach. Running a comeback route, lost his footing and unable to haul that in. Pass goes incomplete. With 12 minutes to go in the third quarter, and Redwoods forced to punt on their opening drive of the second half.
For the Knights, number 3, Chance Tager. In the punt for Redwoods, Cole Newton.
Cole Newton on to punt. Chance Tager deep to return, and Newton's punt nearly blocked. Tager calls it for a fair catch and makes it
Tager with the fair catch
at his own 24-yard line.
First and 10.
Well, I would say positive, if you want to call it that, for the first half. Just 12 points allowed, but a big 6 right before halftime. It's not so much, I mean, it is, I guess, the sheer volume of points allowed by the defense, but it's also giving up points at critical times, as they did right before the half. And then when you give your team an opportunity to go down and cut it to single digits, you get the field goal block. So just mistakes at critical times has come back to haunt this team, as here is Jaden Crace in the pistol. They bring a man in motion across the formation. Crace throwing left side. Pass was caught. That was Chance Tager.
Crace's pass complete.
Reception good for 7 yards.
Gain of 7 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 3.
Second down and 3 for the Knights from their own 30. Four down lineman for Redwoods showing pressure at middle linebacker. Bring a man in motion. And the handoff to Simone, trying to run over the left side. No gain on the play. Brings up 3rd and 3.
Backed up by a handful of Corsairs. 3rd and 3 for the night.
Ball remains at the 30-yard line, left hash. Shasta breaking the huddle. Pair of receivers to each side. They bring Hanks in motion and keeping it. The quarterback up the middle, good for first down and more.
Calls his own number.
Crace
40-yard line.
kept it on the read, picked up 8. Chains move yet again on 3rd down for Shasta. Fresh set of downs out at the 40-yard line. And something to watch. No Christian Solomona out there on this first defensive drive. He's standing on the sideline. Shoulder pads and helmet still on as the handoff to Simone. He breaks through into the second level. Rush of 15 on the first down carry.
First down.
Quickly back on the ball of the Knights. Plus territory at the Redwoods. 45, they hand it again to Simone, puts his shoulder down.
Simone with the carry.
Hard running, gets 4 yards.
Ferracino on the tackle. 2nd and 6 for the Knights.
Well spotted just outside the 40-yard line. Line to gains the 35. Simone remains in as the back for the Knights. Grace takes the snap, back to throw, looking down the right side. He's got a man, Hager. Did he catch that? No. Would have been an incredible catch. A fingertip snag along the sideline, going out of bounds. Chance Taggart nearly hauled that one in. He's a talent at wide receiver.
Incompletion brings up a 3rd down.
And again, that's for those of you watching on the YouTube live stream, that is something that's out of our control. We got a speaker in front of us to the right. We're doing the best we can up here from the box. But thankfully, an incomplete pass. Didn't miss anything there on the highlight reel. 9:23 to go. Shasta up by 12. They bring Hanks in motion across the formation, and flags fly. Play is blown dead on 3rd and 7, and the signal is false start against the offense. Penalties plagued Shasta in the first half. Coming back to bite them here in the 3rd quarter. Makes 3rd and medium, 3rd and long. Officially 11 yards to the line to gain.
After the false start, it'll be 3rd and 11 for the Knights.
Tight bunch formation right for Shasta. Crace in the shotgun. It's a snap looking to throw. Passes caught, first down and more. Ooh, a little hit the brakes, speeding it up, dancing, shaking down the sideline inside the 10, down at the 7. DeAnja Irvin on a crossing route. Had plenty of space up the left side, and then he danced his way down inside the 10. Looking like a sports car slamming on the brakes, then hitting the accelerator. First down and goal. Crace gets the snap. The give up the middle, pushing forward, and
Brown with the carry.
running back down inside the 5.
Inside the 5-yard line.
It is Brown in it
Second
back.
Goal for the Knights.
Again, pistol for Crace, takes the snap. Brown with the read. He gives it to Brown.
Brown again with the
Tackled again, short
maybe one.
of the goal line. Going to be 3rd down and goal. Got a little small scuffle between linemen on both teams. No flags. Both players back on their respective sides as we get set up for a 3rd and goal from the 4. Two receivers and a tight end right.
Goal for the Knights.
Lone man left is Taggart. Keep an eye on him. One-on-one coverage. Looking back to pass. Looking right. Throwing. Caught. Touchdown Shasta.
Pass complete. Irvin.
Deonja Irvin, and fitting for him to get the touchdown reception. He did the big work on the catch and run to set Shasta up with that goal to go situation. He ends up hauling in that touchdown for 6, and it's a 3-score lead for the Knights.
Travis into the extra point.
Ross on to attempt the point after. Taggart the holder. Good snap. Kick is up. Right down. Oh, I guess it was left. Tough to see from our angle up here. Kick is no good, so Shasta yet to convert a PAT. Score remains 18-0. 7.5 to go, 3rd quarter. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM. So after the score by Shasta, they lead it 18-0. Thank you to North Fork Lumber and Game On for sponsoring Redwoods football.
Ross set the kick for the Knights.
PR needs to get their game on, specifically on offense. No points so far tonight.
Alexander back for Redwoods.
Reyes and Alexander still back deep. Ross kicks it end over end. It's going to be handled by Reyes at the 5. Reyes trying to cut to the left. Reyes with a hurdle falls forward. Flag flies in from behind the play. Tackle was made at the 25-yard line. As we await the call of the penalty. The referee's conferring. Yeah, we still have no microphone.
I think he signaled holding on Redwoods.
Penalty on Redwoods. Moves the ball back to the 15-yard line, and that's where it'll take over 1st and 10.
Definitely helps things out for the offense. Pushes them back to the 15-yard line. That was sarcasm for anybody who didn't catch it. Forehand in the pistol, play action, quick throw to the right, caught by Dascom, turning it upfield. Dascom running hard. Stood up on the sideline. Tackled into the Redwoods bench, but Dascom on the crossing routes has proved to be effective, a tough runner. He's not going down easily, that's for sure. So if they can get him the ball in space and get it to Duron Dodd as well, I mean, those have been the two guys who have been able to get the job done. Buckland has a couple nice catches at receiver, and he's out there now. Excuse me, no, that's Meadows' far side. So snap to forehand, back to pass. Pressure coming, pocket collapsing, throws it over the middle, wide open Reyes, caught at the plus 40, and that's where he's tackled down. Throw was a little bit late, otherwise he could have potentially scored. And excuse me, not Reyes, that was Dascom, the tight end down the seam. So a good drive here in the third quarter as we tick under the 7-minute mark. Shasta with an 18-0 lead. Let's see our putting a drive together. Bring a man in motion, high snap, fake to Anthony, keeping it up the middle is forehand running to the left side, and he's dragged and slammed back down after a gain of 7. There you go. If you can't get the running game going out of the backfield, a little bit of a motion man, let your quarterback use his legs. Forehand has proved he's athletic.
In a 7.
It's Redwood huddles. They've got 2nd down and 3. Line to gain the plus 30. Dascom, Meadows right. Anthony Reyes left. Excuse me, Anthony Dodd left. Misdirection give to Grant.
Aaron Clifton, the ball carrier.
That might be the longest run of the night as a flag. 1, 2, 3, flying in. Pushing and shoving after the play. And I think they might get Redwoods for that. Jairo Ioane, a guard, involved in that little scrum afterwards.
You must have done something if you get 3 officials at the same time to throw their flags.
Or Ioane might have been the one talking to the officials afterwards, because Ethan Bunton, the right tackle, is the one who just got subbed out. And that's kind of been the theme, is penalty. You make a penalty, a mental mistake rather, Redwoods, and somebody comes off. And again, I'm just guessing here. The referees are still confirming. We have not gotten a call yet, as has been the case most of the night. I know he's taking a little ways to sort out, and could very well be offsetting. I have no clue what's going on. All right. So it is a personal foul against Redwoods.
The dead ball foul. The result of the play is a first down. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the.
So it stays with the first down, but it's going to back them all the way up to the 43-yard line. Just a killer for a Redwoods team who has not gotten much going on offense. Finally, starting to put a drive together and a 15-yard penalty to back them up. Thankfully, they're not behind the sticks, though, with 6 minutes to go, third quarter. Anthony, Dodd, the receivers to the left. Play action. Looking that way. Throws to Anthony. Did he catch that? No. It skipped off the turf. Anthony positioning with the line judge that he got his hands underneath it, but the call is incomplete. Brings up 2nd and 10. Two receivers and a tight end right. Again, Dodd on an island to the left. I'm not seeing a throw go Dodd's way. Recently, back to pass. There's one to Dodd, and he gets hit right as he makes the catch, but he hung on to it. Gain of 5 on the play.
Immediately by Sanjay Finister.
Sanjay Finister, the defensive back, made the tackle, and it was a good hit right there as Dodd made the catch, but you got to give a ton of credit to Deron Dodd as he was able to hang on to that despite the big hit. Buckland comes in on 3rd down. He's got a pair of 3rd down receptions for firsts. Anthony exits. Would not be surprised if they go Dodd's way yet again. Forehand the snap. Play action rolling out to his right. Pressure there. Forehand escapes, gets rid of it, and it's off the chest of Buckland. He wasn't able to haul it in, but we do have a flag all the way across the field back in the secondary. So an incomplete pass, 3rd and 5, awaiting the call of the penalty. And I think this is going to go against Shasta. And it is. Defensive holding is the call against the Knights. They continue to shoot themselves in the foot.
Defensive holding on the Knights. Moves the ball to the 28. Gives the Redwoods.
So Redwoods had a big penalty that set them back on the drive. They get a gift here on an incomplete pass on 3rd down. Probably should have been caught. Not probably, absolutely should have been caught by Buckland. But after falling incomplete, fortunate break by way of penalty. Snap to forehand, play action, looking on the left side, pocket collapsing, escaping to the right, throwing incomplete. Good coverage by Ivan Morales. It was going to be right there to make the tackle. Should have been caught, but a very tight window, trying to squeeze it into Clifton.
2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10. 5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. CR with 0 points so far after a season high a week ago at Sierra. Snap, and it's to Justice Anthony, running on the end around, making a cut, trying to get a field. He lost the football right into the arms of a Shasta defender. Turnover.
The run, fumble on the play.
And it's Morales. Been all over the field defensively.
There's a late flag.
Knights recover, flag on the play.
Well, the flag came in, and there's only 2 Redwoods players, Bunton and Anthony, standing right next to the official. All the Shasta players had cleared out, so you had to imagine something was said. But every time Redwoods get something good going,
Yeah, needless to say, it's very frustrating. I mean, Coach White said in the interview, I mean, this is a very young team.
playing like it.
They're trying to figure it out.
And it's not even that they're in it and playing close games. I mean, they're just continually killing themselves. Shasta's tried to give them points multiple times. I mean, they've got to be in double-digit penalties. So dead ball, unsportsmanlike. Goes against Bunton, and he got pulled out earlier. That might be it. I think it is. I think Bunton's been ejected. I think that's his second unsportsmanlike. We don't have a microphone from the referee, but I think that's going to be it for the stud right tackle.
Yeah, frustration starting to show.
On Redwood.
So trailing by 18, you put together a good drive and a fumble to give it right back to the Knights.
Anthony Justice has been disqualified.
Oh,
they
disqualified
37-yard line.
Justice Anthony. Well, you knew somebody got ejected. They bring Hanks in motion to Shasta. They got the football. Grace back to pass and trying to get it to Tager. He skipped it to him.
Grace is passing complete.
So an incomplete pass
2nd and 10.
for Grace. Brings up 2nd down and 10, 4:46 to go. Shasta leading Redwoods 18-0. Two receivers right, one left. Handoff to Simone. 1st down, dragging a Redwoods defender with him.
Gain of 11.
11 on the rush. And another 1st down for the Knights. Back on the ball, Craze takes the snap, another give to Simone, spins out of a would-be tackler in the backfield and breaks loose over the left side, running over a Redwoods defender, staying on his feet. Delivered a big boom at the end of the play, and now a flag comes in yet again.
What a shocker.
Michael Brownlee was the recipient of that big hit from Simone. Referees conferring. CR's already had one player ejected. Still talking are the officials. And making notes, so you have to imagine another personal fouler on Sportsmanlike. Coach Jason White just standing on the sideline, hands on his hips. Unsportsmanlike goes against Shasta. They got to be pushing 150 yards in penalties.
I could tell that penalty was on Shasta based on what their coaches were yelling on the sideline closest to us. A lot of it not FCC friendly.
That's a good way to put it. So Shasta now behind the sticks. The penalty after a good run backs him up. Second down. We'll call it 19.
Second and 17 for the Knights.
Tight bunch right. Pistol formation. Grace gets the snap. Gives it again, this time to Brown. Gain of 1 on the carry. Third and long. And now after Shasta's given you life yet again with a big penalty, got to capitalize on this third down and long. Conversion here would be absolutely demoralizing after the way this football game has gone. Three receivers, tight bunch right. They motion one out wide. Crace the snap, dropping back to pass. Pressure coming, steps up, evading it, throwing, and incomplete. Tagaloa with the pass breakup. Kyler Smith put the pressure on the QB, and that'll force Shasta to punt the football.
Fourth and long for Shasta. Diego Recio in the punt for the Knights.
Recio will punt it away.
Zaire Alexander back deep.
Alexander, the deep man for Redwoods. Three and a half minutes to play, third quarter. Redwoods running and 2 players on late. But they get them on. Pressure coming. Kick is a wobbler. It's going to take a Shasta bounce and roll down to the 22-yard line. That's where forehand in the offense will come back out onto the field, trailing 18-0. So for Redwoods, they had a good drive going, put the ball on the grass and turned it over. It was a fumble. They gave it back to Shasta to see if they're able to keep up the bit of momentum they had on that drive. They did get a stop, and it remains a 3-score game. Forehand out there, Grant the back to his right. 2 receivers left, 2 right. High snap and forehand, nothing to do with it other than to get swallowed up in the backfield. He's slung down. Xavier Frazier, the defensive lineman, the one who's going to get credited with the tackle. And we've got multiple players down, 1 for each team with injury. We're going to pause and take a timeout. Back in 30 seconds, ESPN 107.3 FM.
Welcome back to Shasta College. Devin forehand, stepping back, throws over the middle, incomplete. Just trying to find Reyes going over the middle. Chilmanji will be back shortly. That'll make it 3rd down and 13. 2:46 left to go here in the third quarter. And Redwoods, really desperately needs this first down. Even if you don't end up winning the game, you at least want to put points on the board at some point. But 18-0, it is not out of hand yet, but could get there. So forehand, he's going to go empty. 2 left, 3 right. Ball on their own 19-yard line. Forehand, stepping back, steps up, going deep over the middle and off the hands of Reyes. Incomplete. And unfortunately, Redwoods will come away with no points here on this drive. It'll be 4th down. Cole Newton on to punt. Turner standing about at his own 42-yard line. The snap, the kick, line drive wobbler that's going to drop right in midfield. Did it touch a Shasta player? It might be Redwoods football. We'll see what they call, and it is. It's Redwoods' ball. That ball hit the ground right at midfield. And touch a Shasta player, and Redwoods is going to get the ball back. I do apologize, folks, watching on the YouTube stream. Mitchell had to step away, so hard to do play-by-play and camera at the same time, so just bear with me. Redwoods is going to get the ball on the Shasta 47 after the muffed punt. Forehand, steps back to throw. He rolls to his right. Being chased, he's going to loft it up and out of bounds. And it will be 2nd down. .225 left to go here in the third quarter. And this is a big chance for Redwoods on the turnover to capitalize on a big Shasta mistake, down 18-0. Forehand in the shotgun, 2 right. And he's going to go up the middle and get a few, bounce back to the left. He's now getting free. He has the first down to the 40, to the 35. And he's going to get down to about the 29 or 28-yard line, out of bounds on the near side. Devin forehand was going to give it to Reyes on the sweep right to left, but decided to take it up the middle. And gets a huge first down. So Redwoods with the ball on the Shasta 27. First down and 10, 150 left to go here in the third quarter. Forehand in the shotgun. A couple of receivers motioning left to right. Now 3 right and 1 left. Receiver left is Buckland, and it rolls to forehand. He picks it up. He's going to throw deep into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown Redwoods. And guess who? Duron Dodd on a broken play. And Redwoods gets a huge score. Even if only for morale, but this game is not over. It's 18-6, could be 18-7 with the extra point. Ball rolled to forehand. He picked it up and threw right over the middle into the end zone to Duron Dodd. Extra point. Snap. Kick is up. The kicker slips. And the extra point is good. So Bit of an adventure kicking that extra point there, but it is good. 18-7, Shasta, 134. Go in the third quarter. We'll take a 30-second break. Redwoods football, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Shasta College, and now with your call, here is Mitchell Maggi.
Well, I think, Liam, I should step away more often based on how that drive went. Not only the turnover, but a touchdown too on, as you mentioned and called so eloquently, a broken play. Dodd came across the middle and just beat the defensive back to the spot. And when in doubt, trust Dodd. So here is Cole Newton to kick it away. He's still stretching his legs a little bit after slipping on that point after try. Newton's kick is away, and it's a short one. Left side fielded just in front of the 10. And Elaine trying to cut it back to the right. Lost his footing and goes down at about the 23-yard line. So $1:29 to go, third quarter. Shasta 18, Redwoods 7. But a little bit of momentum here. Still plenty of time left. Both teams with 3 timeouts remaining. And Newton went to go get the kicking tee, and he's jogging off very slowly behind the play. Opportunity for defense to get a good stop, and big news for Redwoods is Christian Solomona's back out there for this drive. Solomona and Morgan, the middle linebackers. 3 receivers wide right. Grace in the pistol. Quick read on the RPO. Pass is completed to Hanks. Hanks, first down yardage and more out across the 40, dragged down at the 42-yard line.
Past the 40-yard line.
Excuse me, not Hanks, Irvin on the reception. DeAnja Irving on the touchdown reception already tonight. Shasta back on the ball. Snap, similar read, handoff Simone. Big hit, Solomona slings him down. Gain of just 1, and that's why they call him an X factor on defense.
Dropped up by Solomona after a gain of 1.
Misses a couple of drives defensively after he got shaken up. Comes back in and makes a big stop. 2nd down and 9. Shasta can run this play and take it to the quarter if they wish. 3 receivers, tight bunch right. Crace in the gun, takes the snap, dropping back to pass. Pressure coming in his face, and he goes down. Freeoff got there. Morgan got there. Tandem sack for Redwoods, and a huge loss on the play from Shasta. Can feel the momentum starting to shift a little bit.
That's right. Big plays follow big plays.
That'll take us down to the end of the third quarter. Coming on the flip side, 3rd down and forever for the Knights. Momentum shifting in Redwood's favor for the final 15 minutes of action. Headed to the 4th, Shasta 18, Redwoods 7 right here on ESPN 107.3 FM. Well, in the words of Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over. 3rd down and 20, Redwoods trailing by 11, but just putting their first touchdown on the board. And you can start to feel things switching in their favor, playing with a little bit of confidence, getting a big sack. 3rd down, and the scoreboard says 19. Line to gain's going to be just across the 50-yard line. Crace in the gun, running back to his right. Irvin motions out, further right. Crace dropping back, looking for Irvin down the right side, overthrew him, nearly intercepted. Victory Orikanu, the safety, coming over the top. Pass falls incomplete. Don't look now, but Shasta forced to punt.
Brings up a 4th and long. A nice little punt. Diego Riccio in the punt. Alexander back deep for Redwoods.
CR is going to get the football back with plenty of time left. 14:55 currently on the clock, 4th quarter. Riccio on to punt. Alexander deep to return. Redwoods has 8 on the line. They're going to bring the rush. Low snap, kick is away, and it's a high one. Alexander getting away from it, and it bounced near and hit Jamison Martin. He falls on it. Nearly a huge swing,
Jamison Martin with the recovery.
but Martin's the one who got on top of it quickly. And Redwoods going to breathe a sigh of relief and send their offense back out on the field.
25-yard line.
So 14:25. My, I have no clue how 30 seconds came off the clock on that punt alone. Nevertheless, Redwoods out. Forehand in the offense. Coming off their first touchdown of the game. Dodd, the lone man right. Forehand in the gun, 3 left, wide side. Dropping back to pass, forehand, looking, throwing long, he's got a man, it's Meadows wide open, caught at the 40. Meadows the 30, forced out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Forehand to Meadows, a big play. And don't look now after the touchdown, CR, just like that. Back in the red zone. Shasta on their heels right now. They have an 11-point lead. It does not feel that large at the moment. Redwoods back on the football. 3 receivers right, Meadows the lone man left. Snap to forehand, looking to Meadows. Throws, caught, goes down inbounds. Gain of 6, tried to turn upfield and lost his footing. But a pitch and catch and throwing the ball short on first down. Throwing the ball on first down in general. What a concept. 2nd down and 6. Excuse me, 2nd down and 4 after the gain of 6. 3 receivers in a tight bunch right. Forehand heels at his own 24. Gets the snap, looking left, coming back to the right. Throws across the middle, caught by Dodd. Turns at the 10, not going to get much more. That's right at the sticks. Referee far side signaling the chains to move, so that'll be a first down. Clock stops as a Shasta player lost his helmet defensively. He'll have to come off for one play.
First and goal for the Corsairs.
First and goal from the 10. Clock 13:10 and ticking. 2 receivers to each side. Forehand, pistol. Clift in the back to his left. Hard count. Shasta jumped again. That's the 4th offsides call against the Knights today. That'll move Redwoods halfway toward the goal line.
Offsides on the 9.
Came right through between the left guard and the center.
4-yard line, first and goal.
Almost laughable as the defensive lineman jumped through and kind of froze after taking a big step getting through the line. You got to be thinking to yourself that moment, it can't be that easy to get through the line. So first and goal now from the 5. 3 receivers, tight bunch, right pistol, forehand. Almost got the hard count again. They give it to Clifton over the right side. Clifton into the end zone. Touchdown, Corsairs.
And Clifton with the carry into the touchdown.
12:54 on the clock. And we still got a pile down on the field, an injured Shasta player defensively. Training staff going to come out onto the field and limping off in pain, frustration. Yeah, defensive lineman Malachi Tupai tossed his helmet on while he was still laying on the grass, very frustrated as a noticeable limp heading off to the sideline. Redwoods down by 5. They're going to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. Forehand got the call from Coach White. He's the last man to the huddle. Play clock at 20. Plenty of time. Break the huddle at 15. Dodd, Buckland, Dascom right, Meadows, lone man left. They bring Dodd in motion. Snap is off, pressure coming. Forehand stepping up in the pocket, escaping. He dropped the football. Forehand incidentally kicked it, trying to pick it up, and it just rolls out of bounds. So point after try is no good.
With 12:54 left to go in our ball game, Shasta 18, Redwoods
18-13
13.
your score. As we'll take a 30-second timeout. Redwoods with 13 unanswered here on ESPN 107.3 FM. (18-13). Shasta leading, but Redwoods scratching, clawing, fighting their way back into this one. They were their own worst enemy in the first half, as was Shasta. Shasta could be in a much better position. They've got to have about 150 yards in penalties. And we got 12:54 to go, fourth quarter. Newton getting set to kick it away. Irvin and Hanks deep to receive. A line drive kick. And it's going to be Irvin. Bobbled it for a second, but ends up coming up with it. Cuts it upfield at the 30. He's going to be brought down just shy, 28-yard line. Good coverage on the play. Appeared to be a cutback lane to the left, but it was closed quickly. Daquan Dunn, the Arcata High product, got in on that play. So the CR defense back out onto the field. They had a big sack, which ended up stalling out that last night's drive. First and 10 now for Shasta from their own 29. Grayson the pistol tries the hard count. No movement. That only works if Shasta's defense is out there, apparently. The snap. Broken play. Scrambling out to his left. Now Crace tries to spin. Lost the football. It's on the ground. Was he down first? That's what the officials are going to say. Shasta came up with the recovery regardless. But Crace, he faked to his right. The running back went left. And then when he looked, you could just tell right away he was confused at what he was looking at. It wasn't what was expected. He just tried to mobilize and pick up what he could, which ended up being a pair of yards. 2nd and 8 now. 2 receivers and a tight end right. Tager, the top receiving target, split left. Snap, looking, double move for Tager. They're going to throw it down the field. Too strong. Marvis Christian in coverage did a good job giving ground. Did not get fooled on the double move.
3rd and 8 for the
It's going to
Knights.
bring up 3rd down and 8. Critical moment yet again here in the 4th quarter. Trying to go to their standout receiver were the Knights. Same as Redwoods fans want the ball to get into Dodd's hands. The Knights faithful want to see Tager get the football. 3rd down and 8 with 11:58 to go. The snap, dropping back, pressure coming, throwing it underneath, and big hit short of the line to gain. The play is blown dead. It's an incomplete pass. Irvin got rocked on the crossing route.
DeAndre Irvin.
Shasta coaches are irate and lighting into the line judge on the close side. It was a bang-bang play as Irvin made the catch, shoulder-to-shoulder contact, a legal hit, at least to the naked eye. They're going to rule it incomplete. Had it remained a catch, it still would have been about 3 yards short of the line to gain. But that's a moot point now as it's 4th and 8, punt team on for Shasta. Riccio to kick it away. No punt block this time, playing it a little bit safer, and he bowls it back to him. And a short punt. That's going to bounce out. Doesn't even make it over midfield. It will be excellent starting field position for Redwoods taking over. Shasta's had some trouble with the long snaps, getting them back to Riccio. That's the 2nd or 3rd time that it's been rolled back. Long snapper could potentially in the offseason pick up bocce ball or some sport of similar fashion, as the ball's going to be spotted at the 50-yard line. 11:44 to go, 4th quarter. Big thank you to our sponsors, North Fork Lumber and Game On. 2 key reasons as to why we bring you Redwoods football every single week, home or on the road. So make sure to support sponsors that bring local sports back to your community. Forehand takes a snap, pressure coming, looking to throw. Good protection, rolling out to his right. He's got room to run. Instead, he throws it downfield. Incomplete.
Forehand pass incomplete.
Good coverage on the play. He was looking
Second for Luster. Macklin Martin on the
for
cover.
number 80,
2nd and 10.
Rommel Luster. And Luster, that one just, the hit came, ball went off of his chest. It was a good idea by forehand rolling out. He had room to run as well if he wanted, but an open receiver, tough to pass that one up. Incomplete pass brings up 2nd and 10 from midfield. Redwoods, 4th quarter, working left to right. 3 receivers split right, wide side of the field. Forehand looking that direction. Now looking down the field. Nothing there. Rolling out. Forehand trying to escape. He's going to tuck it and run down the left side. Forehand picks up 7 before he's brought down. Tackle made on the play by Ivan Morales. He's been all over the field defensively for the Knights. A talented player. He's got an interception so far as well. Shasta coaches trying to fire up their sideline. Big 3rd down here. 11 minutes to go. Shasta on top of Redwoods, 18-13. They led 18-0. It's been 13 unanswered. Starting late in the 3rd quarter, rolling into the 4th. 3 receivers right. Forehand takes the snap. 5-man rush, standing in the pocket. Now escaping out to the left. Looking downfield, he can take the 1st down, and instead he throws it to Dodd, who makes a miraculous catch. But a flag back at the line of scrimmage, and I have a feeling this play is going to be wiped off the board. That was my qualm with Quentin Buckland, is when you had the 1st down in a short yardage, he kept looking downfield and didn't take what was in front of him. Forehand tried to do the same there. Instead, it ended up being a big catch by Dodd, but it'll be wiped off the board because of a holding call.
Holding's a call on Redwood.
And a golf clap from the Shasta supporters as
Ball back to the 47-yard line.
they're hanging on to the edge of their seats right now. Redwoods
3rd and 13.
really putting the pressure on the Knights. 2 0-6 teams battling it out. Redwoods, again, trailed by 18. They fought their way back in, but things looking a lot tougher now, staring down a 3rd and 18. 3 receivers right, Meadows the lone man left. Forehand, low snap, he corrals it, steps up in the pocket, throw over the middle is too far in front of Reyes. Had a step on the defender, but a tough pass to catch. And Redwoods is going to play the field position game and punt. I don't think there's any reason you need to try and go for it here. Down 5, 10:26 to go. Still have 3 timeouts. And they will bring on Cole Newton to try and kick it away. Shasta defense screaming to watch the fake. I would doubt that Coach White would pull out that right now in such a close game with the offense and both defense playing well. I would keep an eye on the footing for Newton. Good snap. Kick is away. It's an end-over-end punt and caught at the 18-yard line. Tager, the one who made the fair catch. So now it falls back on the shoulders of the defense. Try and get a stop and get the football back. Jaden Crace, quarterback, trying to lead his team to their first victory of the season. Crace is going to be in the pistol. Running back behind him is Simone. 4 down linemen for Redwoods. And it's a handoff to Simone up the middle. Rush for about 3 yards. Brings up 2nd and 7.
2nd and 7.
Just about across the 10-minute mark, 4th quarter. Listening to Redwoods football, ESPN 107.3 FM. 2nd down and a short 7 for Shasta with an 18-13 lead. They bring a man in motion across the formation. Snap to Crace. Again on the option, hands it to Simone. He's got the 1st down yardage, and he's dragged down at the 35-yard line.
1st down.
Isaiah Tungaloa making the tackle for Redwoods, but a fresh set of downs for Shasta. Shasta lost their leading rusher, Trevin Crane, to a broken leg earlier in the season. He was averaging 4.6 yards per carry, had 3 touchdowns. Simone has done a good job filling the void. He remains out there stacked behind the quarterback, Crace. Bring a man in motion again across the formation. It's going to be a read. Give it back to Simone, trying to turn the corner on the left side. He's upended by Christian at the 40-yard line, so 5 yards on the 1st down carry.
Close to the 47, gain of 7 on the play.
Going to mark him down. You're going to give him a couple more off the spot, so ends up being a 7-yard rush.
2nd and 3 for the Knights.
Clock ticking across 8:30. Shasta content to wind some clock here so long as they continue to move the football. Redwoods, a stop dream scenario, they get a turnover. Again, the motion across the formation. Crace dropping back to pass, looking left, throwing behind his intended target. Tager, he had him in an open spot in the zone, but was late with the throw. Tager slid to try and catch it behind him, but could not. More importantly, the clock stops at 8 minutes to go. Not a huge factor yet, but something to definitely keep an eye on. Eli Freoff, Victory Oricano, waving their arms up, trying to get that Redwood sideline engaged. As they call it 3rd down, the money down. Would be money if they could get a stop here. Crace in the shotgun. Sends a man in motion. They give it to him on the read. It's Hanks trying to turn the corner, gets a first down and forced out of bounds.
Hanks with the carry. Close to midfield.
Trace Hanks has been effective in that speed motion. They brought him across the formation several times before, did not utilize him in the play. And then the read right there with Crace. Hanks ended up getting it, and it's fresh set of downs at the 47-yard line. Ball at the right hash. Shasta in their green uniforms working right to left. Pistol formation. Crace, the snap. Brown, the ball carrier up the middle. And Brown stood up, pushed back. Gain of 2 on the ground.
Andrew Brown with the carry.
Continuing to keep the ball on the ground and winding the clock is going to allow or try to limit the number of possessions and opportunities that Redwoods is going to have, trailing by 5. Field goal still is a 1-possession game. That would be an 8-point lead for Shasta. Second and 8. And it's a give up the middle. No gain on the carry. Stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Caleb Morgan coming up to make the stop.
Caleb Morgan with Shackle.
They'll give him a gain of 2. It'll bring up 3rd down and 6.
Gain of 2, it'll be 3rd and 6.
Another big 3rd down. Redwoods defense has been challenged on 3rd. Not just tonight, but throughout the course of the season. Used to be their calling card. Now it's been their Achilles heel. Can they get a huge stop here? Play clock at 6. The snap. And the ball's on the ground, and he falls on it back at the original line of scrimmage. A lot of movement going on. There was a read going with the running back. They had a receiver running behind the quarterback as well. And Crace could not hold on to the football, put it on the grass. He ended up recovering it, but Shasta forced to punt. Clock continues to wind. If they use Shasta, all the play clock here, they can get it under 5 to play. They snapped it with 14 seconds remaining on the play clock. And another wobbler takes a Shasta roll, and it's going to be downed just outside the 15-yard line. So with 4:59 to go, 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning, Devin Forehand and the Corsair offense making their way back out to the field. An offense that has been chastised for their lack of production all season long. They've made quarterback changes, tried a number of different things to try and jumpstart this group. So far, they've scored 13 unanswered, looking for more. Forehand looking back to pass, throwing deep down the left side, just out in front of the outstretched arms of Duron Dodd. Forehand a week ago was able to rip off 333 passing yards, 4 touchdowns to just 1 interception. As CR put up a team high, season high, 34 points, but gave up 57 to Sierra. Now trailing 18-13, a completely different ball game, looking for some of the same. Long throw across the field, caught by Buckland, and he's tackled down. That was close to being late, but I think they're going to say momentum was already taking them in that direction. Reception made just shy of the 20-yard line, going to bring up 3rd down. We'll call it 8. Clock winds after the ball is set, so 4.5 to play. CR does have 3 timeouts should they not be able to convert here, but things are growing increasingly dire in the fourth quarter. 3 receivers, tight bunch left. Forehand in the gun. Takes the snap. 5 men on the rush. Throws it out of the backfield left, and nothing doing there.
Pass is complete and Clifton. Mussolini on the tackle.
Shasta defense read it like a Dr. Seuss book. Clifton out of the backfield. Dropped for no gain. 4th down, and the punt team comes on. Clock continues to run. And I'm thinking to myself here, there's no way they run a fake on 4th and 7. Newton standing at his own end zone. High snap. And everybody ran back. Newton's going to keep it up the middle. He puts his shoulder down. He's short. Everybody peeled back on the return. Newton tried to keep it right up the middle. He needed 7. He ran about 20 yards because he was starting so close to his own end zone. Well, that's the time you pull out all the stops. That's why I brought it up. There's no way almost no scenario you'd think they put the punt team on just to fake it. You'd rather give the offense a chance. That's exactly what they do. And it's a turnover on downs. Shasta takes over at the plus 25. Running the ball up the middle. Stop, no gain on the play. You got to think timeouts going to start being used. They'll let one more play go.
Second and 9.
You want to take them on the plus side of the 2-minute warning in order to maximize the time of the game. Grace comes all the way over to the sideline to get the play call from his head coach. Retreats back and is now in the huddle. With 15 seconds on the play clock, they now break. Game clock at 2:40. Pistol formation. Handoff, Simone powering up the middle, gets a couple. And you can hear Coach White from all the way over here screaming for a timeout. He's granted one with 2:27. We will pause, take a 30-second timeout as well. Back momentarily, ESPN 107.3 FM. .227 to go, fourth quarter, 18-13. After consecutive runs, should be 3rd down, and it is. Finally, the marker on the far side adjusted. Either that or I need to get my eyes checked. I think it's the latter. 2 receivers left, 2 right. And we've got a whistle and the referee coming in from the far side. Talking to the referee. So we're coming out of the timeout. Redwoods with 2 in their back pocket. If you're Shasta, you got to think if you keep it on the ground, you force them to use a timeout. They have had success running it. You try to throw and really start twisting the knife a little bit if you can get the conversion. They bring Hanks in motion across the formation. They toss it going the other way to Tagger. Tagger avoids a tackle, spins out of the move, and he's dragged down right at the line to gain. He might be inches short.
Down to about the 16-yard line.
Regardless, timeout is called. They had Tagger dead to rights in the backfield. He put the brakes on, spin move to escape Solomona. And the eventual tackle was made right at the sticks. I would not be surprised if the referees decided to bring out the chains for a measurement. They're trying to eyeball it right now, I think. Coach White tried to call timeout, and now they're going to bring the chains out for an official measurement. This is going to determine 1st and 10, which would not kill Redwoods yet. They would have an opportunity to get the football back based on the 2-minute timeout and what they have going, but the official measurement coming out. Should this ball be short, it'd essentially be a play for the game coming up. And he's about a full yard short of the line. So it will be 4th down. Officials are going to move the ball over to spot. And I'm curious to see if they're going to charge a timeout to Redwoods or if they're going to allow the spot. I mean, the officials are the ones who and took the timeout. I know Coach White was pausing for one. However, once this ball gets set, they could wind the clock and take it to the 2-minute timeout. So do you go to the 2-minute timeout with 2 timeouts in your back pocket and 4th down?
After the measurement, it's short. It'll be 4th and 1. Nice.
So Coach White is taking the timeout. So they got the measurement, 4th down, and Redwoods will burn their second timeout of the half with 2:17 to go. We'll pause for 30 seconds. Back shortly, ESPN 107.3 FM. So a couple options here on 4th down. You got 4th and about a yard. Could go for an RPO. You could go for an option play, some sort of misdirection. Crace has not been under center all game. I would doubt we see it here. And we don't. Twin tight ends, one on either side of the line, 2 receivers flexed out left. The running back is Simone. Right behind his quarterback, Crace, 5 down linemen for CR. They bring a man in motion across the formation. Low snap, and the play is whistled dead, and a flag comes out. And it's a false start. An absolute killer for Shasta. A breath of life if you're a Redwoods fan. That completely changes things on both sides of the ball. With the false start, they should reset the clock to 2:17, where it was at the timeout. We're still getting things organized here. It's going to back up. It's going to be 4th down and 6. Referees had issues with his microphone the entire time. Shasta has their field goal team on the field.
Reset the game clock to 2:17, please. 2:17. Start on the step. Thank you.
So we'll be 2:17. Shasta going to go for the field goal to make it an 8-point game. Travis Ross, the kicker. Ball at the left hash. It'll be a 37-yarder. Snap is down. Kick is up. It's high. It's right. It's short. He needed a deep
2:11 left in the ball.
fly ball into the alley. Instead, he got a pop-up over the shortstop, and it's no good. And right on cue, the PA announcer playing Crazy Train, starting with all aboard. That is the case. 2:11. Here we go. Redwoods is going to get the ball with 1st and 10, 21-yard line. They have one timeout plus the 2-minute warning. Time to see what this offense is made of. All their points have come in the second half. So forehand out. 2 receivers left, 2 right. He's got a back to his right. It's Grant, dropping back, free rusher coming, hit as he throws, and a flag comes in. Duron Dodd,
Sitting for Dodd, flag on the play.
he had the defensive back draped all over him. Forehand took a shot at the end of the play right as he was releasing the football. But this is going to be defensive pass interference, and yet again, Shasta's got to be pushing almost 200 yards in total penalties here tonight. How many times, Liam, have we been on the other end of a game like this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, tonight so far, I mean, the difference is Redwoods not being able to capitalize on Shasta mistakes and Shasta penalties, but we'll see if that matters at the end of the night.
So 2:07. Pass went incomplete, but again, a free 15 on the interference call. They're going to say holding, so it's only 10 yards. Long throw across the field, caught by Meadows, and he's dragged down inside the field of play. Gain of 7, and that takes us to the 2-minute warning. Clock ran through it. They'll reset it to 2:00. We will pause for 30 seconds. Back momentarily. ESPN 107.3 FM. The clock operator has reset the game clock to 2 minutes. Redwoods with 1 timeout. And they need 62 yards in 2 minutes. These type of games, it's what you play for right here. An opportunity to win the game. Football in the hands of Devin Forehand started out the season as a 3rd-string quarterback. Was elevated to the starting man after Buckland struggled through the first few games. 2nd down and 4 coming out of the 2-minute timeout. Trailing 18-13. Don't even have to worry about the PAT. You just need to get in the end zone for 6. Forehand takes the snap. 4-man rush. Dropping back, throwing down the left side. Caught by Meadows. Out of bounds in plus territory down to the 42-yard line. Alex Meadows has made some big catches here tonight.
1st and 10, 4 chairs.
At times it's looked like the receiver depth has not been at the same level it was over the past couple of years. Tonight, Dodd, Buckland, Meadows, Dascom, they've all stepped up in different ways. Minute 54 with the clock stopped. They shift Grant to the left. 3 receivers right, wide side of the field. Forehand, back to pass, quick throw, right side, caught by Dodd, and immediately stood up, still fighting forward for yards. Dodd has 7 jerseys draped all over him, and the ball came out. A flag comes in. The play was never blown dead. It ran for about 7-8 seconds after Dodd caught it and was initially stood up. Several things at play here. The football as well as the penalty flag.
Dodd was the receiver.
No signals from the officials. Ioane pulls Dodd up and out of the scrum. Officials conversing at the spot. There's a chance this is a Shasta football, depending on the penalty. Forehand trying to eavesdrop on the Zebras' conversation. Jason White, Maurice Purify, two coaches waiting earnestly on the far side. Shasta signaling that they want the football. I believe it was a player in a green jersey who came out of the scrum with the pigskin. Referees now moving closer toward the middle of the field. Defense still on the field for Shasta. Offense still out there for Redwoods. They gave it to Dodd on a flat route. He was stood up initially, kept battling, and eventually the play, after he was driven back and held up for several seconds, was never blown dead. And the ball popped out, presumably before he got to the ground. But there was never an official signal of whether he was marked down by contact. We have not gotten the ruling of who came out with the football either. And the back judge continuing to move players, specifically Dodd and Forehand, away from the officials' conversation. It's a four-man meeting at the 42-yard line. An absolutely massive call in the game. Forehand departs to join his coach on the far side. Officials nodding as we await the call. And based on the fact that the Shasta coach is irate, it's a personal foul against Shasta. Shasta fans, players alike, not happy. The Boo Birds out in full force. Liam Warner slapping his palms together in agreement. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock and 15-yard march closer to pay dirt. Shasta at this point, nobody to blame but themselves. They have to be at 200 yards penalties. So first down and 10 now. Minute 40 seconds and the clock winds. Pressure coming, forehand, back to pass, tries to escape, and he throws out of bounds. But they're going to say he was down first. So the clock keeps running. A 10-plus yard loss, and it'll be second down and a long way to go.
Forehand is sacked.
All the way back near where Dodd made the catch at the 39-yard line. The line to gain is the 16. You do the math at home.
39-yard line. Loss of 14.
It's on the right hash. 60 seconds to play. Second and 24. Shasta bringing pressure again. Forehand back to pass. Time to throw. Right. Caught. And out of bounds on the right side. Catch was made by Rommel Luster at the 25. That's going to bring up third down and 8.
Got 16 yards on the play to be third.
Stops the clock with 48.3 on the ticker. One timeout. Coach Jason White in the back pocket of his shorts. 3 receivers split out left, including Luster in the slot. Dodd, the lone man, right. Shasta was offsides, free play. Forehand going for the end zone and was looking for Meadows, who's pleading with the official for a hold. And Jason White also marching his way down the sideline to let the official know he thought that was a blatant missed call. I agree.
I agree as well, Mitchell.
Just because it's a free play doesn't mean that there's no holding down. Meadows was definitely grabbed. The question is, to me, I guess, was that ball questionable or catchable? The call was questionable. Was the ball catchable?
Third and 3 for Redwoods.
Nevertheless, 3rd and 8 becomes 3rd and 3. Both teams scratching, clawing, trying to gut it out for their first victory. Each team coming in at 0-6. The victor going to be celebrating. Heartbreak for the team on the losing end is checking to the sideline. Plenty of time on the play clock. 3rd and 3, 3 receivers left. Dodd split wide right. Forehand back to pass. Pressure coming. Throws to Dodd. He had his jersey grabbed at the end zone and a flag comes in.
Henderson going Dodds. Flag on the play.
Cannot wait to see the box score tomorrow. For the Shasta coaches, they're going to have plenty of gray hairs on their head after the sheer number of penalties tonight against the Knights. Third down and 3, a massive pass interference call. They've called holding on a couple of them. He had Dodd by both shoulder pads like he was trying to take him off after a game. The umpire will be the one to mark off the penalty yardage. Marching closer to the end zone.
Pass interference. First and goal for the Corsairs. Ball on the 4-yard line.
They're going to spot it at the 4. 38.3 seconds to go. Shasta has 3 timeouts. Redwoods has 1. These winless teams battling down to the wire. 2 receivers right, 2 left. Grant, the ball carrier on the left tip of forehand. They tried the hard count. Shasta flinched but did not come across. Moving Grant now to the right side. The snap, forehand, looking right, throwing end zone, broken up, incomplete. Another flag came in.
Flag on the play. Dodd, the intended receiver.
Dodd on the slant route. The pass was broken up cleanly, but they ran a little bit of a rub with Luster, and Luster was laying on his back in the end zone. The question is, was it OPI on the rub route? And it is. Offensive pass interference. They tried to run Luster out of the slot on the flat route, a slant behind with Dodd.
Second and goal for the Corsairs.
And it wasn't even that effective as Dodd still had a man draped all over him.
Section first and goal.
So now CR doing damage to themselves with penalties. First and goal now from the 19. Ball at the right hash. Dodd, the lone man, to the right side. Back to pass. Pressure coming. Forehand escaping miraculously. Rolling out to his left. He's going to run. Forehand. Diving. Down at the 1.
Forehand with keeper.
He went out of bounds. Clock stops at 25 seconds. And because of the penalty, that was first down. So now you have 3 tries, 1 timeout. Running the ball is in play. They're going to go wishbone. Forehand under center. And they've done it ahead. No signal. Touchdown, Corsairs! A miraculous, improbable, unbelievable comeback, trailing by 18 points. CR has scored 19 unanswered, including the go-ahead score with 22 seconds to play. Trying to make it a 3-point game. Shasta with 3 timeouts in the back pocket. Don't count them out yet. This game has been extremely unpredictable. Anything is possible still. Forehand goes under center, sends a man in motion. Whistles come in. Timeout taken defensively by Shasta.
Timeout, Shasta.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You're taught as a broadcaster to try and keep things in par with the game, especially vocally with your voice. So on that drive, you're supposed to start about a 4 or a 5 and progress to a 9 or a 10. I have been on a 10 the entire drive because it deserves it.
Oh, man.
How many times have CR been completely dead to rights in this game, and somehow, with 22 seconds to play, they have a 1-point lead, and they just forced Shasta to burn one of their 3 precious timeouts on the 2-point attempt?
Well, if you listen to the interview with Coach White, the one thing they talked about with this team is their fight. No matter the situation that they've been in, they're down by a lot, they're not down by a lot, they fight and scrap, and seen it here.
And I don't think we ever gave the credit. That was forehand, I believe, who kept it on the keeper for the touchdown. They send a man in motion, fake the toss, forehand trying to roll out to his right, dodging defenders, somehow escaping, forehand going to keep it, takes a shot, he's hit, but forward, and he's going to be short of the line to gain. So 2-point attempt is no good. No time comes off the clock, and I'm not sending this back to the station. We're going to keep it right here for the final 22 seconds. Oh my goodness, what a game we have had. CR trailed 12-0 at the half. Shasta came out and extended it 18-0. And then CR would look like to be a stalled drive, a muffed punt. They got the recovery, drove down. A touchdown catch by Duran Dodd got the scoring started. And then they were able to put the second one in the end zone before this final last drive. They took over after the missed field goal. At their own 21-yard line, they went 79 yards and leaving Shasta with 22 seconds and a pair of timeouts. Pull out all your stops on the return right here if you're Shasta. The misdirection has always plagued Redwoods, especially defensively. See if they try anything on the return. CR kicks it deep. A flag flies back at the 40 where they kicked it from. Trying to make a cut and still on his feet, battling forward at the 30. Precious seconds coming off the clock before it's finally blown dead with 13.9. But we do have a penalty marker, likely an offside on one of the kickoff coverage players for Redwoods.
Nice stick over 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line.
No need to do a re-kick here. Yeah, offside against Redwoods. They'll just take the free 5 yards to the end of the run. 13.9 seconds. 2 timeouts to work. Field goal is all you need. Here is your moment, Jaden Crace.
1st and 10 for the Knights on the 30.
One-on-one coverage. Marvis Christian pressed up against the talented Chance Tagger. Snap. Dropping back to pass. Pass completed over the middle across the 50, down to the 42-yard line. Tackle made by Tongaloa. Trying to prevent the big play. Redwoods gives up a chunk over the middle. Timeout with 8.2 seconds. This game has been the definition of never say die for both teams. Ton of credit to whoever's queuing up the in-stadium music. It has been absolutely on point all evening long. This game feels like it's been struck by lightning.
Yeah, this is our best game of the season by far, no matter what the outcome is. But hope Redwoods can hold on here.
Well, if CR for some reason was not able to, it would be complete heartbreak after all they've done to work themselves back into a 1-point lead. Coming out of the timeout, 3 receivers right for Crace. Lone man left is Tagger. One-on-one again with Christian with safety over the top to help. Back to pass, looking, throwing over the middle, it's intercepted! Alexander with the pick, and CR's gonna win!
Alexander.
3.7 seconds and flags flying. Luke Saraceno in the middle of the field doing a faux snow angel is what drew the yellow marker, but it won't matter. That is 7, make it 8 weeks of built up, pent up frustration and emotion being released in the form of a Jair Alexander interception, which will give Redwoods their first victory of the year.
All down to the 12-yard line. First and 10, Redwoods.
The words of the great Kevin Harlan, did we just think what we think we just saw?
Unbelievable.
So excited I couldn't even get that right. Did we just see what we think we just saw? My goodness. Redwoods. I'm exhausted. I didn't even play.
Oh, man.
Victory formation for the first time in 2025. Devin forehand kneels it down. And did Shasta take a timeout? Nope, that'll do it. Your final score, College of the Redwoods 19, Shasta College 18. Redwoods picks up their first victory and a league win. We will pause, take a 60-second timeout. We will come back and wrap things up here on ESPN 107.3. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Winning Redwoods Football on Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Final score from Shasta College here in Reading. Redwoods wins it for the first time, 19-18. Liam Warner, your thoughts?
Oh, what an unbelievable game. Like I said, I mean, in the interview, Coach White, I made it a point to talk about the fight of his team, and it just showed right there. I mean, everything turned, happened to be when you were away, Mitchell, on that the punt that touched the Shasta player. Redwoods got the ball and touchdown pass to Duron Dodd, and then it was off to the races after that. It's just unbelievable fight. I mean, this is a really young team. They've gone through a lot. It's been a really tough season, but for them to pull out the victory tonight, I think is really huge. No matter how the season ends up.
Let's not before we go any further, you got to give Shasta their flowers.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Shasta battled. They had a victory. This is a good football team. I'll tell you what, and a lot of props to number 3 Chance Tagger. I mean, he had just a ball player out there defensively. Ivan Morales made some big plays as well. Shasta definitely headed in the right direction, and I mean, this is kind of what you expect. You had 2 0-6 teams who have been battling for an important moment in their season, and it came down to the wire. What more could you ask for than for both teams to have an opportunity to win? Shasta continuing to shoot themselves in the foot over and over with the penalties. They look back and they are going to say in the film room tomorrow, this is a game we absolutely should have won. Redwood should have never had the opportunity. However, they did. And credit to Redwoods because they capitalized.
Yeah, and there have been several games this season where Redwoods has been on the other side of that, right? I mean, you look at the first game of the season against Sac City. I mean, that was a game that Redwoods should have won, but just got away from them. Yeah, just an unbelievable game. I mean, as a fan, unaffiliated with either team, you look at a game on the schedule of two 0-6 teams, you're kind of like, ew. I mean, I mean, that can't be a good game, two 0-6 teams. But when you add in the desperation of just needing to get that first win, I think it produces a really good football game. And that's what we got here, just a really good football game. I mean, I said earlier, I mean, it was by far the best game of the year, even if Redwoods fell short. And it was really fun. And for everybody in the Redwoods fan base, we're happy we got the win.
Well, I don't think there's much more to really sum it up. It's kind of a you had to be there type of thing. I mean, you're just feeling completely up against the ropes. This is going through my head at least. This is the same thing. Can't get the run game going. Offense is not there. Defense giving up plays at critical points in the game. However, things changed. They responded. They came back. The Dodd touchdown. They drove down the field, got Clifton in the end zone in the other end. And then the character, the poise of Devin Forehand. So many. It was a roller coaster of a last drive. The penalties on Shasta. Then you have the offensive pass interference to back them up. Forehand, he's made a Teflon in there in the backfield. I mean, just defenders cannot hang on to him. He gets touched. He should be sacked multiple times. Ends up spinning out of it. Has a chance to dive at the pylon, ends up pushing it in on the quarterback sneak. Final score 19-8. I think we could say for the both of us, Liam, we left it out on the field as well. I mean, that was
right.
That brought we were on
That's
a
right.
10
Hey.
for most of that fourth quarter, as that game deserved. A ton of emotion from both teams. Redwoods comes out victorious. They move to 1-6 on the year. They get their first league victory in the national division. Very important moment for this football team. Now you have at least one thing to continue to build on. You've got the monkey off your back. You continue to look and go 1-0 next week. Looking ahead for Shasta, they have a tough team next week. They have to go down to Oroville and play Butte College, hosting Sierra right back here at 1 p.m. They wrap it up at Santa Rosa College. For Redwoods, they also have to play Butte. However, they got Santa Rosa at home next week. On the road, Butte on the 1st, home for American River on the 8th. Liam, I don't think there's much more to add. Just a gutsy performance. Props to the offense for getting it done when it counted.
Yeah.
That's about it. An emotional victory.
Huge win. I'm really happy for the players. They deserve it. They played really well. You were talking about Devin Forehand. I think one of the great storylines of this season is how much he's grown into that quarterback position. Because, I mean, imagine, you're in his shoes. You start the season third string. I mean, you probably didn't imagine he was going to be in this situation.
Two interceptions in the first half.
Yeah. I mean, starting games and then getting into this game, and the first half obviously didn't go well, as you just noted, and then just gutsy performance coming back. This is a dude that's not afraid to lay his body on the line. Really happy for the players. I'm also really happy for the coaching staff. I think Coach White and the rest of his coaches really deserve this one, because I know they're putting in the work and in practice trying to get this team ready every week. So I'm really happy for them as well. Everybody deserves it. Just a great win.
Well, I think nothing you can add after that, Liam. You put it so perfectly. Final score here. A big shout out to Gabe back in our Eureka studios. A huge thank you to North Fork Lumber and Game On for sponsoring College of the Redwoods football, keeping us on the airways all season long. For Liam Warner, I am Mitchell Manji saying good night from Reading. Final score, Redwoods victorious, 19-18 over Shasta College. You've been listening to Redwoods football right here on your home for Redwoods Athletics, ESPN 107.3 FM. Good night, everybody.